Good evening, Gab. How are you? It's been I meant to stream yesterday, and then I just did not feel well. I pretty much laid around all day. I'm dead serious. I did not. I don't think I really got out of my bed yesterday. Went to just make sure, like, I'm not, like, dying, and then once I found out I'm not dying, then I was like, okay, well, then I'll just stay in bed then, thank you. So there was no UMINEKO stream as a result yesterday, and I really wasn't, like, up and about until about, like, maybe 7 or 8 o'clock yesterday, which I'm fine with. So that's why I'm doing the makeup for UMINEKO today. Because we should be pretty close from my understanding. And I hope that is certainly the case. Because I would like to at least wrap up this chapter and then maybe just peek into 2. I might peek into it. We'll see how long it takes. You know, things are going to get crazy. I know they are. I mean, they already are kind of crazy. Sound is okay, it looks like. I hope everybody can hear the ringing clock. I opened up stream, and for some reason it was duplicating. So apparently the problem is with the 999. For some reason, and I don't know why this is, but for whatever reason, 999 doesn't actually capture 999. It's capturing something else, even though I tell it to look for the Zero Escape EXE. And it's still set that way to capture the Zero Escape EXE. For whatever reason, it just captures, like, the second that, like, another game app opens, it's like, oh, that one, you want that. So the sound was duplicating, so I just wanted to make sure everything is okay now. Before I get started, and then somebody's just like, hey, there's no audio. We had an awkward start last stream for 999, and I want to avoid that for this coming Saturday. Anywho, enough of my belly aching. We forgive you. I appreciate that, Alan. Thank you. Okay, last time on this insanity, I'm just gonna short recap this one because it was just it felt like a lot of talking. But it's interesting because that stream went about 5 hours. And I had a huge rate in the middle of it. Did you ever give Goose the caps? It's so funny. Not only did I do that, I had to remind him that I did that the next day. He didn't even ask, didn't say anything. I told him to look, and yes, I did give it to him. Okay, last time on UMINEKO, we were investigating the deaths and everything that was going on because no, I remember now. I think we left off with, like, Battler in the kitchen or something like that, and so everything kind of opens up, and then it's Ava and Hideyoshi who are, like, they're in the room together, and they're like, oh, you know, let's go on vacation. We can go to the Maldives and you know, have a nice relaxing time. And Ava's like, no, let's go on vacation now. And he's like, huh, we can't do that. And she's like, no, I mean, like, let's bone. So they I guess were preparing to do the thing, and then they never got to actually doing the thing. Because they closed the door, and sure enough, Beatrice done killed them, and speared them right in the head, and then left a little envelope in the door. And everybody's trying to figure out, okay, what the fuck happened here? What's going on? Who did this? How could this happen? I believe it was Natsuhi who was the first one to go there and open the door and see what happened. No. What happened is that Kanan and Goda were going upstairs to go get them because I believe dinner was ready or something was going on. I can't remember. And as a result, they were like, I think Kanan went first, was like, they're not answering, sees the letter there, brings everybody up, and then that's how they open the door because they got the wire cutter to go, the chain cutter to go, or bolt cutter, I should say, and then snap the thing open. All that happens. Everybody's like, oh, what the fuck? Okay, everybody needs to stay together now. Well, like, none of this. Okay. So what we'll do is that we'll send Kanan. Oh, no, right. Then they started, they smelt something weird. They were like, oh, that stench, it's so bad. What is it? So they go down to the boiler room and, everybody's like splitting up, and then, what's his name? Kanan goes down to the boiler room. In the boiler room, they find, Kanan then is like, oh, it's dark, but he hears somebody down there, and he's like, it's him and, the old lady, Obachan, who are just like, oh yeah. And so and Kanan's like, I got it. I'll go down there. And so Kanan goes and I think he grabs like the nearest thing to him, which was like a sickle or something like that. I can't remember what the weapon was, but he was ready to go. And as he does that, he calls out to the witch. I forget what exactly he says, because he sees like the butterflies, and he's like going to like strike her down, and then nope, that didn't happen. Another weapon straight through the gut, or straight through his chest. And then he was like just slightly alive for a bit, and then ended up dying. And then everybody came in and was like, holy shit, what happened? They finally then go to investigate the smell. And when they investigate the smell, it turns out, Grandpa done got burnt into this done got burnt in the furnace. Well, not the furnace, the incinerator. And the only reason they were able to figure out that was his body is because apparently they have polydactyly, which is that they have multiple toes or extremities on their feet. So he had 6 toes on each foot, and that's how they figured out, oh, well, then, this is definitely old man Grandpa. Then we fast forward a bit, and everybody's talking about who could have done it, and they're trying to figure out, okay, well, now what do we do to kind of protect ourselves? Because now everybody's like, well, we're running out of places to really hide here. So then it suggested, is there any place that is not locked? Oh, sorry, that we can lock in. Investigate the smell. Title of Black Jack. Oh God. Is there any place that we can go that that can't be accessed, and that like there's only that like we know who has the keys to, right? So there's a room inside of Kinzo's study that there's only 2 keys for. Goda had one, and then Kinzo had the other one, but Kinzo died, so Kinzo ended up taking that one. Goda ended up taking that one, so now he has both of them. As he goes, so they all decide, okay, we should be safe here. Maria's being her usual like witch self. And after all that happens, she goes to they go to that study room, and then I believe it's noticed that the door has that scorpion symbol. Goda, you mean Genji? Sorry, yes, Genji. I'm sorry, I am confusing them. You're correct. Genji. And as they go upstairs, as they go to the room, they see that scorpion inscription is on the doorknob, and it's like, oh well. The witch can't get in here. There's no way she would be able to get in here because the symbol's protecting them, and it's it's engraved on the doorknob. So they go in, and as they're in there, like they're kind of discussing everything, and then finally, for the first time, they're like, oh no. Then they finally open the letter, and the letter is then pointing to the second part of the epitaph, which says, all shall praise my name. Was that the second or the third? I'll know when I open it up. But either way, it says all will praise my name. And now they're finally going, oh shit, right, the epitaph. Oh shit, it said that somebody was gonna die with it's pierced the head, and then it's pierced the chest. Oh shit, we're putting it together. Oh man, maybe the witch is real. kind of deal, right? And apparently while all of this is going on and they're looking at the, oh, right, because they're also like piecing together like, oh, the game and everything that's supposed to be going on. So once they're all done doing that, Natsuhi then turns around and then sees that there is another envelope that shows up with the crest seal on it. And it's a brand new letter. And that letter had 2 words on it, and I fucking forgot what it said. But either way, what ended up happening is that then Natsuhi was like, okay, we have narrowed it down. It cannot be the episode 1 finale. Is anyone going to make it out of this crate? No. Not now. What's up, B. Edwards? Fuck. So Natsuhi then takes because she's got the rifle. She's like, okay, which one of you did it? It's one of you. It can only be you because everybody else is facing that wall, and I was looking that way. They couldn't have moved over there. So now they believe it's somebody. It's one of the guests. And Obachan's acting a little weird. I thought she was being a little sus. And I believe that is where we left off. So it was pretty tense, and I believe that we're currently tense. I don't think things calmed down or not. Please tell me if I'm wrong about that. I believe I'm right.
What's up, BJ?
What's going on, Derek? Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 55 months. Welcome in, my man. I'm gonna turn on my air conditioning real quick, and then we should get going. My God, it really. Oh, that's right. Shit, my Twitch anniversary was my birthday, isn't it? That's right, because I think I started streaming on Twitch on June 8th. So I guess it would be about this would be year 6. Holy shit. So that makes sense why Derek is close to 5 years. 5 years, yeah. Damn. Crazy. Went from streaming sports games to streaming visual novels. Well, I guess it's more of it. I just streamed kind of things that were getting away from sports because I was like, well, these are also things that I enjoy. But anyway, we'll get started here shortly. I'm just going to go turn on my air conditioning and then I'm going to load up and we should be good. There we go. Where is the time gone? I can't tell you. I don't have the answer for that one. All right. Shall we begin, everybody? Aunt Nazi didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Hello, Goose. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、ナスヒさん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。
Calm yourself, Natsuhi-san. Still, I understand your feelings well. Hold on. There we go. Sorry, I needed some sparkling water.
わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。
I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all these strange repeated incidents.
だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
So I understand well why you want to suspect us.
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。
If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude.
ですが、今だけは分かってください。
However, please understand, just this once.
わかった。
Very well.
わしらは部屋を出ましょう。
Let's leave the room. I don't think that's a good idea.
どうですかな、源氏さん。
What do you say, Genji-san?
客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
Yeah, surely this ends well. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game?
それをお望みでしたら。
If that is what you wish, by all means.
私は嫌ですよ。
I don't want to.
だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。
After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us. Duh.
嫌
Right?
ですよ奥様、どうかお許しください。
I really just need to put an Among Us button here because every time I hear it, I just do the sound effect. I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. Eek. It was obvious what Kumasawa was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kana-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passive-aggressively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。
It's okay.
ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。
Beatrice is kind to those who respect her.
熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。
You believe that Beatrice exists.
だからきっと大丈夫だよ。
Okay, can you stop doing that? So it'll definitely be okay.
マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。
I'll watch TV in the parlor.
一緒に見ようよ。
Let's watch it together.
ここテレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It's so boring here without television. Okay. It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the plow and had to agree, crying as she went.
それでは夏井さん、
Well then, Natsuhi-san,
今夜はこれで。
that will be all for tonight.
また明日お会いしましょう。
Let us meet again tomorrow. That's funny. Y'all ain't gonna be alive. Yes.
今夜だけ分かってください。
Please understand, at least for tonight. All right, so thoughts here, right? I think that at some point, okay, either there genuinely is a 19th person who is a witch, or Kumasawa becomes the witch, or Maria ends up like, you know, pulling an Ace Attorney and becomes the witch, right? You know what I mean? So it's either one of those three. It's one of those three. Cause she's, I mean, come on, right? But like weirdly sus, and I feel like has just kind of been in the background, like suddenly sus for no reason. Please understand, at least for tonight.
警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。
When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness.
チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。
Hi, I've given you permission to go play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can.
現地頼みます。
I believe that safe place was here. Genji, I leave them in your hands.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
仕方ありませんね。
It can't be helped, can it?
子連れのクマが一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children. Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
源氏も熊沢も
I thought it said the most frightening bears are those with children. I'm like, huh? Genji, Kumasawa, my sincerest apologies.
また明日お会いしましょう。
Let us meet again tomorrow.
マリアちゃんも
Maria-chan, too. Oh, wait, are you sending Maria with them?
冷たいおばさんを
Please forgive your cold aunt.
マリアは許す。
I forgive you. Ooh.
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。
Madam, the keys to this room.
2本すべてをお預けします。
I will hand both over to you. Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Natsuhi.
それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
Death flag. I've never heard a louder death flag in my life. And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To servants, those keys.
Let's do this.
Subjack XXI.
What's going on, Twitchian? Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 33 months, my man. I haven't heard from you in a hot minute. How have you been? To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. It's our 21st month anniversary? It's our 21-month anniversary? But it said 33. I mean, fuck it. I don't care. It's 21. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Oh, is it a 21-month streak and it just didn't carry over the streak? Whatever. Who cares? I'm happy that you subscribed and that you're here, buddy. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. I had unsigned as a joke. Oh, that's right. I forgot that you unsubbed for a minute. You did do that. Or you unfollowed. That's right. You unfollowed, and I think it reset your actual time here on the channel. Migraine MILF about to be a part of multiple murders just by doing this. I mean, to the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant they were trusted. Relied upon. Popping in to show this off here. Holy cow, you've been here for 5 streams, bro? Hello. Good to see you. I appreciate your patronage. Stream cutting out for anyone else, or is it just me? Oh, I don't see any dropped frames, and it looks like my connection is still up. It has a bit. Hang on. I might have something that can fix that. Okay. What likely happened is and I need to start figuring this out too. So my laptop runs and also is using the internet, but I'm having it do like a lot of things. So I kind of forget sometimes that it's there. So I'm wondering if perhaps it was just really bringing down my bandwidth, or sorry, eating my bandwidth. So I've turned it off. Let me know if stream improves as a result. As soon as you said you don't see any drops, it dropped hard. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, that's exactly why I turned it off. Anyway, gotta bounce. Have a great stream, everyone, and happy Pride Month. And you have a good night, Pearl. Yeah, because even if my Ethernet is going straight to my machine, well, you know what, too? This also is using internet. And I forgot that this still technically runs in the background, doesn't it? It sure does. Let me fully power this off. Okay, that should have shut that down. All right, that should be better. All right, when they were forced to return, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression had remained on his face. All right, so I'll ask you guys probably in about 5 minutes how has the stream been. Genji.
私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。
I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. But I see you're still working for the old bastard, even though he's dead.
なのにこのような仕打ちを
To treat you like this
私は心より恥じます。
Makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart.
私は親方様より
I have already received the
すで
master's
にご
favor.
恩を受けております。
Oh,
今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。
everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that.
どうかお気
Please,
に病まれませんよ。
please do not worry over it.
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。
Well then, shall we, everyone?
おやすみなさい。
Good night to you all. Like how we just sent her out with.
おやすみ。
Good night.
バトラもおやすみ。
Good night to you too, Battler. Ooh, I'm gonna ruin your life.
マリア、
Maria.
ちょっと待て。
Wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket. Must they use the word groped? Well, I mean, to be fair, it's also a translation, so I guess that was a choice to translate it that way. I mean, yes. I mean, technically, yes. That word can still mean like you're just reaching around in there. But anyway, and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ、魔除けなんだろ。
Wait, so did you lie? You lie. Ooh, did you lie, Battler? Did you have it this whole time, or did he recollect it at some point? This repels magic, right?
身につけとけ。
Wear it.
お
Oh, she's like, I don't need that shit. I got like 10 of these.
バトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
Okay, so I did remember correctly. Didn't you say you dropped it?
あんときゃ、なんか尺になって、なくしたとかほら吹いただけだ。
Oh, okay. Back then I just got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost
お
it.
前の大切なお守りを、なくすわけねえだろ。
There's no way I'd lose that precious charm you gave me.
お
Oh, she gonna fuck you up extra good now. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
Well then, everyone, good night to you. That sounded like a farewell. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. All right, everybody, how was stream in the past, like 3-4 minutes? Improvement? About the same? Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. Still keeps dropping every now and then, at least on my end. To me, it's good now. Okay. It's been good. All right. I might look into something after stream, and because there are some settings I can definitely do on my end. It's been better. Okay. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I mistakenly thought that there was only one. Oh, that's right. Battler did read this. What was that message again, please? Praise my name. I said 2 words. I was wrong. It was praise my name, and it was the second letter. And the third letter, so actually I was wrong, I didn't remember this correctly, is, are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon all naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game will only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. Okay, got it. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I mistakenly thought that there was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle, the Triforce, with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been drawn, the magic circle was one I had never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I was going to say, what do you mean there were no Well, I guess if they're talking about Japanese, then yes, there's no Japanese writing on there, but... I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of the circles, out of the room. Link's doing black magic again. I'd be interested in a Zelda where that happened. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message, where he's got to run around and, you know, he's sitting there like drawing circles and casting magic. And I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it! After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. No. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? That's interesting. Why did my chat just do that? Because stream didn't drop, my internet didn't drop, but it just said welcome to the chat room on my chat screen. Oh, am I on? Hang on. No, I'm not. Oh. Okay, I was expecting that to be it, but no, that's not it either. Okay, whatever. That'd be cool if Ganon was corrupted by dark magic in his search for power. I'm just saying, for a game like Zelda, you know, this entire series, it would be kind of cool to actually kind of see like dark arts and like magic like that. I mean, it doesn't need it, but you know, it'd just be cool to see. Once the typhoon has passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly arrived in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. It made it clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? No, you just die. This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have us could have been used to kill 6 adults at once. Oh, jeez. Sorry. So if Battler gave Maria the charm, I guess that means she won't die? Ugh. Wait, when is the time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything. Yeah, no more Minecraft, Link. Now we get necromancy, Link. With this, we should finally be safe. Nope. Finally. Nope. Even if she said that, Aunt Nazi couldn't stop gripping that rifle because now she's going to shoot us. There was no release of the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Oh, I could have just stopped here. I just had to be patient for 20 minutes, and I actually had a way better stopping. Oh, shit, we're going to midnight? Oh, 30 minutes before, 30 minutes past 11. 30 minutes till midnight. So yeah, something good's got to be happening then. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocents among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise. Paradise? Where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was that it was suspicion of one person towards another. The worst kind of... Alright, hang on. I'm taking some water. All right, voice, do you want to work? All right, I think we're good. Amogus? But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion. I see, because they're sus. Of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we'd agreed to chase out all the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Nazi faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back on the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George on a key gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window. looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Nazi with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, though she just remembered something, she would take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica liked Kanon-kun. And that one's fine. They're both like 16. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. Oh... I did take a screenshot shot of every time they said Among Us, and I only noticed 7. Really? Has it been for this stream or just all time? It was apparently so vague that she hadn't even realized it herself, because apparently I missed some. You know, this kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means... she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. Oh, through my first read. Oh, it's only 7 times they say it. Interesting. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Kanon-kun was the one who who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study thinking I'd research the meaning of the magic circle on the letter second sheet. Even though we were shut up in here in my in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. God, I'm still buffering on 160p. Yeah, I'm not dropping anything. Perhaps yeah, because everything's fine. Everything's stable. Let me hang on here. I'm just going to take a look at something, just make sure it's not on my end. CPU's fine. Memory is fine. Let's get Ethernet. Sending. Kind of 4 pauses since you last asked. Okay. Shouldn't be pausing at all, though. Throughput, it's sending 3. Well, that shouldn't even be a factor, so these shouldn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should reboot my machine afterwards, because how long have I been up for? I mean, yeah, that's reasonable for me to go ahead and give my machine a break. Okay, I'll look into that then. It just did it again. Should I? Okay, if I reboot here. God, I really don't want to break up this episode though. How bad is it? Okay, so Goose is getting buffering, Gab is getting buffering. Is anybody else feeling buffering? Because if I need to, I'll just reboot real quick. I don't want to, you know, if stream is that bad, then I'll just reboot and I'll just try to actually, you know what? Here. I got another thing I can do. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry. All right. Anything that could be using the internet in my range, no longer. So that laptop's down. That laptop is completely shut off. So it should be making 0 internet connections. It shouldn't be sending any data. It shouldn't be receiving anything. Yeah. So 2 laptops are down. Phone is down. It should just be my my computer now. Okay. All right. We're gonna try this again. I'm gonna go for the next like 5 minutes or so. Let's see how this goes. Go turn off your neighbor's stuff soon. Got to stutter as soon as you said should be making. Jesus. Can live with it, but it did happen again. Come on. That bothers me. It does bother me. I don't know why. Might just be ISP. I mean, that's also fair. I really need to. I've been meaning to call Spectrum about that for a while because I've just been having outages like crazy these past 2 weeks. So just for like any random reason, my internet will just go for like 5 minutes and then suddenly come back on. So that could be it. But yeah, I need to remind myself to call them tomorrow. I've been putting that off for a bit. All right, let's power through. We'll work with what we got. Even though we were shut up here in the defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. You know what? Actually, here's what else I'll do. Just in case this is also the problem. Because I'm also not considering that I just might be tying up those resources on this machine too. Right, so there should have been a spike there. There was. So there's that spike. Now that should be down. Okay, I hope that helps a bit. Because I think it should. Anything else here? No. Are you kidding me? It's running an update in the background. Is that why? You motherfucker. I didn't tell you to update. Why are you running? Okay. That might actually be why. Get over here. Do that later, please. My God. I'm sitting here and I'm like, why? What? Something is updating? Yes. So basically what it's telling me to, like, I need to reboot my machine because there's an update and it's tied to a driver, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, why is it doing that? Like, why is like everything so slow? And then I just finally put 2 and 2 together, and I'm like, okay, that's probably the reason why. Closing a lot of things right now. I'm going like very bare minimum. You can wait. You can wait. Gone. 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 Okay, that should be helping a lot. That looks better. Okay. At least on my end it does. Oh yeah, no, my internet just went like okay, that might have helped. That might have helped. Okay, we'll roll with this for now. Let's see how we go for the next couple of minutes here. Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. I apologize for the wait, everybody.
じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。
Just how many languages could grandfather read?
大したもんだぜ。
He's incredible.
バトラ君は眠くないの？
Aren't you tired, Battler-kun?
誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。
You should take a rest while someone else stays awake.
夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。
Anatsi said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can
ロ
handle
ーテー
that.
ションで休んだ方がいいよ。
We should take turns sleeping.
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。
Then you sleep first, Aniki. Oh, he's dead.
俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
I'll keep researching till I get sleeping.
さっきの魔法陣？
You mean that magic circle just now? Yeah.
まあな。どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。
We got plenty of time to kill.
ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか。
I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it.
よせよ。
Give it a rest.
そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
Mess around with stuff like that and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird.
安心しろよ。
Don't worry.
俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。
I've been certified by Maria.
俺には霊的才能はからっきしなんだとよ。
She said I've got no spiritual talent at all.
マリアのこと
Were we
邪険に
too cruel
しすぎたかな。
to Maria?
ジェシカ、
Jessica,
今はそれを考えてはなりません。
you mustn't think that now.
でも母さん、
But Mom,
もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、
if Maria wasn't involved and there's a culprit besides her,
犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。
then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer.
それで殺されたなら、
If she's killed because of this,
私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
then we've just left her to die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、
I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit.
こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。
And she might have been siding with them, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters.
私はこの部屋から追い出せて清々しています。
I'm relieved that we chased them out.
夏日おばさんって 結構きついっすね。
That's pretty harsh on Natsuhi.
9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
Couldn't it have just been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that from me. No. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions. What do you mean thought? She was. On several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny it. Felt some relief. I felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら
If that is the case, then
明日謝罪します。
we will apologize for what we did.
彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは全て私の責任です。
Why is this running? Oh, because it needs to. Just checking some things here. All right, I mean, things do look better on my end. So I'm hoping on your guys' end that also looks fine. Okay. Think we should be good. My memory went down a lot. So I'm hoping that maybe that solved a lot of things. How's everything on your guys' end? I hope things are a little better. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out this room.
だからあなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about. I can feel a tragic determination in Natsuhi's words. Better? Good. Okay. Not as much as before? Okay, that's good then. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if as a result she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアってあんなことばかり言うんだよ。
Excuse me. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that?
自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
She's bringing about her own ruin.
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは
I think the reason Maria-chan adores witches and magic so much
僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
might be Aunt Rosa.
ローザおばさんのせい？
Aunt Rosa?
何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
What does she have to do with this?
バトラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。
Didn't you realize it too, Battler-kun?
マリアちゃんの本当の父親はずいぶん昔に蒸発してるんだ。
Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago.
おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip.
後宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
Maybe it's a good time to bring it up. Talking about Aunt Rosa. Oh, that's right. That was the reason why I was kind of sus of her, because she was talking about like, oh yeah, mom and dad will be. Oh yeah, that's the other reason why I was kind of sus from the last episode. Talking about Rosa-san's family has become kind of a taboo, in the Ushiromiya family.
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。
I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying.
でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。
But I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult.
だっておばさんは時折
After all, she sometimes
ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
got really emotional and hit Maria-chan.
それについては同感だぜ。
I agree with you there. I mean, there's nothing to agree about. We saw it firsthand.
ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。
It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria,
ってことはつまり
which means
好きじゃないってことなんだよな。
that she didn't really like her.
再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying.
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。
Oh, I bet it did. I think the emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart.
そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い 心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。
So she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart.
知ってるかい？
Did you know?
マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。
To Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all.
昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook?
ああ、
Yeah.
なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
It was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy I might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses and could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought her from witches as beings who could give her happiness. Oh, had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday, a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the Witch of Rokkenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy.
僕は
I...
今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。
Now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my heart. I hate Maria.
マリアちゃんを、
Oh, throwing out Maria-chan.
いや、源氏さんたちを追い出したのは
No, Genji-san and the rest too. Ooh.
いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
Was probably the wrong thing to do, I think. Uh-oh, they're dead.
気まずくは
It wasn't, well, maybe not Maria, I don't know yet. Maria's been weirdly, you know, her.
あるぜ。
It wasn't pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？
There's a witch. Then how do you all explain that letter?
私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。
And no one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us.
それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。
I made sure of that with my own eyes.
あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で
If those
手
4 are
紙を置けた
innocent,
というのですか？
how was that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people?
そうなんだよ。
That's right.
その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。
When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious.
だが、
But
全然ダメなんだ。
it's all useless.
ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
It's all useless.
ダメって何がだい？
Useless? What is?
あ
Right.
あ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。
Man, you've been spinning this chessboard. It might be worth it might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again.
つまり、あの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ。
In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird?
そうだぜ。
That's right.
あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと。
Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit?
そうだよ。おかしい。
You're right. That's weird.
やるなら、例えば扉の隙間に置いて、廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。
If they were going to do it, you'd think they'd put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped in from the outside. You know, I gotta say this. I do like the concept of like, okay, let's turn the chessboard around, right? Because then it makes you think, okay, well, why would they do a certain action, right? But this is also implying, and I guess this is fair in the case of this particular hunt that we're on, for witch hunt, literally, actually. That it's like, okay, well, why would they, you know, how could someone be this smart and then make a move like this, right? But I think it also assumes that this person is that smart that they would then just go like, oh yeah, why would I make it obviously look like I did it and just do it while everybody has their back turned? You know, it's like, well, I mean, you know, they could still do that anyway. I think sometimes they're giving them a little too much credit, but I understand their thinking here, if that makes sense.
そうだよ。部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ、自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room.
ああ、そういうことなんだ。
Yeah, that's it exactly.
あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、
If the culprit was one of those four,
テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことは、リスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。
but was it though? We reacted. If the culprit was one of those four, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be risky and meaningless.
だが、どうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて。
Putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there.
あの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき、
If we assume that the culprit is someone other than those four, in other words, someone who was outside of
あ
the
の手
room,
紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
then they had a lot to gain from the letter.
よしなさいバトラ君。
Enough, Battler-kun.
今さら些細な問題です。
It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. Natsuki quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。
If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a room like this.
ああ、そうだよ。
That's right.
この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。
It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it?
じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。
That theory was that the grandfather left the room of his own accord.
自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、
If the culprit used some tactic to lure them out and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle and the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
だとすると、
Which would mean
私たちは犯人の罠に見事ハマって、
we fell for the culprit's trap completely.
新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
Oh, you put two and two together. Let's go. And sent out some new potential sacrifices.
源氏たちもバカではありません。
Genji and the rest aren't fools. I don't think that matters in this case.
身を守ろうと思うなら、この部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。
Well, the next safest place would be where? When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest room after next safest place after this
そ
room.
こできっと身を潜めています。
They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. All right, Natsuki, you're losing me a bit here. Natsuki hadn't answered the question. Yeah, Natsuki herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. Yeah, because well, I mean, I don't think they would be sour about it. Well, let me not assume that. To Natsuki, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect their children. And her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん。
Hey, Aunt Natsuki. Oh, there we go.
きついこと聞くぜ。
Let me say something a little harsh. Ooh.
もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら。
At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you?
おばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？
Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? Nope. Wow, man, that's crazy. They've like completely 180'd on like Battler, because like, boy, you you go back to like when we first started reading this chapter and it's like, oh my god, this is the main character. I hate it here. And now it's kind of like, oh, well, you know, he's not so bad. He's all right. It's kind of like a well-meaning, smart guy, or at least he's thinking, you know.
確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。
I think that a lot of brutal things have happened.
でも、夏日おばさんは母として、
But as a mother,
娘を守りきろうと思った。
But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what.
その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で
Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew you'd eventually be held responsible for it.
俺は別にそれを責めてるわけじゃね
It's not like I'm condemning
え
that.
ただその
But,
ジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなってそう思ったのさ
I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has.
そうだね。
That's right.
夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わずずっとみんなを牽引してきてくれた。
You've been dealing with these incidents since morning. You've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure.
もしおばさんまで混乱していたら僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。
If you were all confused, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. Oh, sorry, if you were all confused too, the rest of us would be in the culprit's grasp by now.
だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
So I think we all have to thank you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
バトラたちの言いたいことは
So what are you? So what you two are trying to say, without losing your composure, except when my mom accused you of murder, then you got understandably angry. That that's fair. And you know what? Ava deserved it anyway.
マリアの母でもあってほしいって
If she shot Ava right there, I would have been like, well, that sucks. Anyway, is that you wanted her to act as Maria's mother too?
私
I
マリアのことを実の妹みたいだと
always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her.
なのに
And yet,
いろんなことがあって
a few
ちょ
things
っと
happened.
混乱しちゃって
We got a little confused.
ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった
And I said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her.
母さん
Mom,
お願いだよ
please,
マリアも
let's stay together with Maria.
うんみんなも
Everyone.
一緒にいようよ
Oh, they're dead.
私たちの中に
There was no
犯人なんていなかったんだよ
culprit among us. Brr.
この事件の犯人は
The culprit in this case is the invented. I saw them.
魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか
The witch Beatrice, okay?
だからもう
So
疑い合うのはやめようよ
let's stop suspecting each other. I think Nazi would take death over adopting Maria. There's not enough ibuprofen in the world. Aunt Nazi, he closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは
You are.
主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった。
My precious daughter, the one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. The nutcracker.
私はジェシカを守るためなら
I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. I believe it. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is. I found it. What did you find?
この魔法陣だ
It's this magic circle. Okay. Inside the book I've been flipping through, I found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George Hunnicky peered at it as well. The magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77. That's a popular one, and I'm surprised I don't know Verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is as... Oh, that's why I know it. Okay, what God is as great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord, not to be confused with the app. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their downfall, their own downfall. Wait a second. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. Yeah, like Maria can't die yet, right? Because like they still need somebody who can translate Hebrew, and I feel like without that, they're missing a lot. Unless they can get all that information from inside of here. I don't know. We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. So this letter was a trap? How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in the room except for the 8 of us, right? Anyway, let's ignore how they got it in here for now. The culprit was after just one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room. Hey, no, we're not impregnating rooms now. And used to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Nazi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we chased out. If we were willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. They're dead. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. Oh, right. I should have thought about that, too. I was like, wait, how's the phone ringing? It had rung right after we'd start talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we think it's an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then Nazi spoke. Okay. Well, why a phone call? Wait, when they... Hang on a minute. Well, wasn't it that they just couldn't... So, okay, so there were 2 things that happened. They couldn't dial out, and they knew that they couldn't dial out, but... So they couldn't dial to, like, an actual, like, line number. And I think they tried to use the emergency radio, and the emergency radio wasn't... Oh, they weren't getting a dial tone. So wait, if there's no dial tone, then... Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, this is kind of a problem, isn't it? The phone should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't... That kind of matters. If that's Maria calling for help, we don't know that. That the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place. This call is... Probably. Like the whole phone line was... No, both internal and external lines were down. Okay, remember that Genji went personally to Natsuki's room at the start of the day because he... Okay. Yeah, I was like, I'm missing something. I had to have been. Okay, that's right. With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Nazi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
Toro, Oba-san.
Let's pick it up, Nazi.
The
phones might have been fixed for some reason? Okay, George. There could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest. Okay, that sentence makes way more sense. That's right.
犯人からの電話だったら上等さ。
And if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on.
話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。
Why don't we listen to what they've got to say?
それにどうせ電話だ。
It's just a phone call.
受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you.
おばさんが取らないなら
If you don't pick it up, I will.
俺が取るぜ。
私が取ります。
The phone ringing noise is really annoying. Well, it just ended.
もしもし。
I will take it. Hello. I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Nazi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Nazi kept saying hello. Nobody answered. A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means... this phone call be Beatrice? Possibly. Really be? Nazi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Someone. Is someone singing?
歌って何ですか、お
What
ば
do
さん。
what do you mean singing?
わかりません。
I don't know.
電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。
Do you hear the people sing? The call's coming from inside the house. I don't know. Faintly from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing.
何のことやら。
I wonder what it could be.
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。
Give it here for a sec.
もしもし。
Moshi moshi. I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Nazi's hand and pressed it against my ear. First, I didn't hear anything, but because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. It sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. No, remember how it took y'all like 5 minutes to answer the phone? That means Maria probably made the call, then left the receiver off. Then left the phone off the receiver, waited for y'all to pick up, and is now off somewhere else singing as everybody else has been murdered. Why have we not come to that conclusion? And yet they weren't saying anything. Why? Because they're dead. For what reason? They're dead. The person who made this phone call is dead. Who was it? They're dead.
What?
Oh, that's the other thing that could have possibly happened. They could have made the call and then they were killed, and that's why they can just hear the singing. Hey.
もしもし。
Hello.
誰だ、返事をしろ。
Who is it? Answer me.
歌ってるのはマリアなのか。
Is that Maria singing?
返事をしてくれ。
Answer me.
何が起こってんだよ。
What's happening?
どういうことだ。
What is it?
わからねえ。
I don't know.
一つ言えることは。
All I can say is
多分これは罠で。そしてマリアが危険だ。
this is probably a trap, and Maria's in trouble. That's the even bigger trap, is that you think Maria's in trouble. Nazi took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly, and she clicked her tongue. That's right, the phones are working. We should be able to reach the police. Nope. But judging by Aunt Nazi's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect.
行こ
Let's go.
う。罠かもしれないことは分かってても行かないわけにはいかない。
Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go.
ああ、まったくだぜ。
Yeah, definitely.
ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
Jessica, Aunt Nazi, stay here. When Anaki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Nazi stopped us.
お待ちなさい。
Hold it.
あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。
I cannot let you go alone.
私も行きます。
I will go too.
ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
Jessica, wait here.
私だけのけ者かよ。
Wait, we'll say, what? So I'll be the only one left out?
冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
Nice try, but I'm going too. Sweet, everyone's gonna die.
そうだな。その方がいいかもしれねえぜ。
Yeah, it might be better that way.
電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃね
If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone who was to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's all go. Nazi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. Okay, what'd you get? I found a 3-pronged candle standing ready to. Okay, I read that as something else. Although the pins of it used to fit candles, although the pins on it used to fit candles were. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short. That is an awkward phrase. It was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Then the 4 of us left the study. When we left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, did I read that right? I don't think I did. Then the 4 of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done. We disappeared from that room. Maria! You heard her. Where are you? Answer me. I listened closely but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
Maria-chan wa tasuka kyakuma de terebi o mitai to itte ta yo ne.
Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right?
Taika ni orite miyo.
Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings. Yeah. With Aunt Nazi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of that circle... It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now we were doing what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it would be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Nazi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. I felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. You know, I've been thinking. It would be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest, like in Kanon-kun's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy. You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength? I mean, that's a reasonable thought. Yeah. Because then the question would be then, okay, like, how are they carrying these ice picks? Where are they getting them from? So that would actually make sense, that there would be something that they were able to shoot to hit them. But then the question then becomes like, okay, where are they just carrying all this ice pick ammo? I just at this point I'm just like, just full on believe a witch is doing this. I would just rather accept that at this point. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by human strength alone. Either way, they have enough force to break through his skull. I heard Kanon's wound reach as far as his lung. Holy shit. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? No. If the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us here now. Yeah, so why did they think that area, like, oh, again, just go downstairs and the reception area and go play chess? That would be a safe place. And there were 4 of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George Aniki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Nazi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. That's not creepy. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that? In the middle of the night, alone with all her heart over and over. Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath in the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed. I don't like it. It's getting louder. But we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. She's just going to be there in a veil of blood with everybody in there. Just 3 dead people. Oh, this is going to suck, isn't it? Aunt Nazi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob. When George Aniki stopped her. I'll open the door. Okay, I mean, you're death wish, man. Man, remember when they were just like, oh, bro, man, we gotta make sure that Maria's okay. I think at this point you just accept, okay, she's insane. Understood. Take care. All right, George, have fun dying. They might attack as soon as we open it. George Nisan, watch yourself. Sure. Then I'll open it. Huh? He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Okay. Aunt Nazi took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps preparing to make a surprise attack in the room, this felt almost fatal. Yeah, goodbye surprise attack. This whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken crazy cassette tape. We had been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. But it left us with the impression that only this room was safe. Why? That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. Good. What's the worst that could happen, right? Thank you. George-kun, Jessica, move behind me. Nazi. Let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. No. Nope, y'all gonna open the door and y'all gonna be stopped in your tracks when you see what the fuck's going on in there. Listen, I'm just saying, aim for the head. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center. I agree. Ready? I really wish I could say no. You could. You can always say no. I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand.
行きます
Go. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I was definitely expecting a jump scare and it didn't happen yet. But I was definitely expecting it there. So it's probably gonna happen now. Anatsi and I ran into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right, searching the parlor for someone. Why is it getting louder? For someone who might be waiting for us. What our eyes landed upon, here we go, was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. Yeah. This place where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood and become an ocean of blood. On the floor laid Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. I was actually going to make the sound effect. Yeah, I wish you could have seen my hand. I actually made like the... But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because, that's right. This is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces. Just like our smashed up parents in the shed, you couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies. Tomato pot pies? Tomato pot pies? I have never heard of that in my life. I've never heard of it. Well, I mean, I guess... I don't know. All squished up. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh? No, his knee? That's right. Of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the sixth twilight was the stomach. The second twilight was the knee. The knee was gouged. I looked it up when I got to this part. Icky visual. Oh, did you look up what the deaths actually looks like? Oh, or the epitaphs. And on the seventh twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Ba-chan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. That's right. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. So they just kept the family alive then. Because now we should be good. Yep. So here we go. Ninth, the witch shall revive. Oh, that's why she's singing. That makes sense. Yep. Here come that bullshit. All right, let's see here. So, found in the parlor, he had a weapon resembling an ice pick stuck out of his stomach, and his face had been smashed. The sixth twilight gouged his stomach and kill. Not you. Found in the parlor, calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and her face had been smashed. At the eighth twilight, gouged the leg and kill. I went out of order, so this should have been sixth. This is seventh. Found in the parlor, his thigh had a weapon. Oh, what the tomato pie looked like. Oh yeah. I was like, what are you? Yeah, that makes sense. I'll look up what a tomato pot pie is after stream. I'm very curious. You know what? Actually, let me see here. Tomato pot pie. Oh. That's quite a visual. Yeah. Okay, got it. At the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. Oh, that's everybody. Okay. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Now even the eighth twilight is over. And the next one is the ninth twilight. What was it again? Mario was there. Please don't turn around. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed and the phone receiver, which was still off the hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. Blackjack, can you stop Maria from singing before you do this? I don't think she's stopping anytime soon. Jessica called out to her. Maria showed no reaction. Yeah, she long gone. That is a TFG, too far gone. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we have found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do it. Could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right. Even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be.
Maria!
Stop singing! Are you listening? At some point, Aunt Natsuki and I pointed our weapons at Maria's back. Yeah, kill her! Do it! Do it, you won't! Do it, you won't! I yelled at Maria in a violent voice. I meant she's gonna be protected, and it's gonna be so fucking funny. And then the witch just finally appears and shows herself, and it's like, oh shit, she's real. I yelled at Maria in such a in a violent voice. There was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle with the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her and forcibly, no, violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Oh, this is not gonna go well. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Uh-oh, this is gonna be an ugly looking face. Oh. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Which one? Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Oh.
Maria!
Maya, what is this? Who did it? What do you mean who did it? How many times do I have to keep telling you? Beatrice exists. Yeah, come on. Cut that crap. I threw a candle stand I've been holding against the wall straight into Maria. Game over. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all. Quit it, Butler-kun. Yeah, she did. Quit it, Butler-kun. Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these 3. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter? Ooh, yeah. Beatrice. Well, in that case, it's certain. There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. And Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these 3 people? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Look at them. What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way? Oh, okay. Maybe there is more detail. I don't know. How could you not know? She's 9. No, she should know. It happened in this room. Are you telling me you were so absorbed in singing that you didn't notice? Calm down, Battler-kun. Maria-chan. Talk to me. Okay? I almost alt F4'd. George Aniki, which also that is a sign to save. If I didn't see where my finger was. and I hit spacebar, and all I just saw was like the little window to close out the game, and I got scared. So yeah, I think now's as good a time as ever to save. George on the key, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな
Do I come off a little cold here? Am I being cold about this? Is it like, I guess you know what it is that like we're on like death. Well, I mean, like, yes. Well, but here's the reason why, right? Like we know what's going to happen at this point, right? Like come on, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 deaths. 13. I mean, like it's kind of funny, right? Like just a little bit. Like it's just like, oh well, you know, here's another one. Oh, Beatrice, you did it again. you little crap. You did I say 13 or is this 14? 2, 5, 7, 9, 13. Yeah, no, it's 13. Right? 2, 5, 7, 9, 13. Oh, that's why I didn't see Nazi. Oh, yes, I am correct. It's. But I've known you for so long. You're usually pretty cold about. No, I'm not cold about like death. Death gets a reaction out of me. It's just that we've killed so many now. I'm like, well, whatever. It's just it's Tuesday, you know. Why are you facing the wall and singing? Oh. Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. Oh.
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね
So, did Beatrice come here?
その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね
When Genji-san and the rest, were Genji-san and the rest still alive then? No. Oh, no. Oh, all right. Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door. Oh, that's where he fucked up.
確かに鍵はかかってたがじゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ
It was locked when we got here, but then how did Beatrice get into the parlor? Oh, it's magic. Okay, that's even creepier. That's even creepier than it's magic. Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came in through the crack in the door.
Huh?
Appropriate reaction. Calmly joking at a time like this? Like hell that happened. What are you saying? I mean, you keep testing this battler, man. I mean, you're kind of on your own here, buddy. You can't believe it. That's why I didn't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe, and it's true. But Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. You know, somewhere, Kinzo's impaled head, burnt dead bodies looking down from, or looking up from, wherever, and is like, damn. I really underestimated Maria, man. I said all those mean things about her, and here she is just being the exactly what I wanted. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not.
それで現れたベアトリーチェはそしてみんなはどうしたの
And then after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone? Beatrice talked to us. Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force and she couldn't enter no matter what. So did Beatrice tell her to sing so she wouldn't hear the sounds of murder? I don't think that part mattered. No. I think that she's currently singing because right now the witch is going to revive. So she's probably singing an incantation to actually... Oh shit, she's about to reveal her. Oh fuck. Up. I mean, we are near midnight. This would make sense. And she couldn't enter no matter what she did. So she told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said no way, except me. I was like, I'm down for the cause. She said Sugoi, and I didn't catch the rest of it, so I'm now very curious what she actually just said in Japanese. Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way, no way. Okay, I paid attention to that one. But Beatrice chose. And when she did, she said Mario would be fine. Why do you think? Oh shit, that's right. She does have the charm. Oh shit. I kind of forgot about that. It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars, the one Battler used to pray for my safety, the one he put his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me and me alone. So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. So she decided to use the... Ooh, excuse me. She decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke. Ah, we hear her voice again. Come, face the wall and sing a song for me. You will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Come, sing lots of fun songs for me. I was singing the whole time. Over and over. So I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything. And then all of you came in and interrupted me. Ooh. Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? Yeah, because you don't believe. Isn't that what I said? I don't know. Is it what you said? Will you suspect me? Gonna try killing me right here. I mean, I believe you if you did. Also, Alan says was here earlier and said wanted to make sure that you got the caps. Which, by the way, I had to remind you that I did. Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now the 8th twilight is over and Beatrice will revive. Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk. As if witches could exist. As if I let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. Oh, Battler. I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. I don't think that's how that works. I don't know, bro. I got this game and like I'm just saying, like she's gonna show up. Like she has to. Otherwise we don't have a game. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that.
よせよバトラ
Quit it, Battler.
マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない
It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Well, I mean, she definitely let them die. she stood and stared at a wall like a parent who is telling their kid, now you stare at the wall and think about what you did, and then like making them write lines in detention. That she absolutely did let them die.
ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ
Beatrice came and Maria had to obey? No, she chose to obey and was unable to resist? No, she didn't want to resist. There's a difference.
あれ
Huh? Oh, music change?
夏日おばさん
Not. Oh.
おばさんがいない
She isn't here. Oh, she done ran off. What did she? She's got a gun and she ain't shoot the child?
あれ
Huh? What?
母さんどこ行ったの
You motherfuckers. You. So it's going to just be the kids then. And why didn't I I didn't catch on to that. Okay. Well, I'm guessing about something. I'll explain in a few minutes if it's right. I'll explain in a few minutes if it's wrong too. Mom, where did she go?
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
Just now she left by herself reading the letter. Although, wait, they should all die though, right? A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left the letter so that they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well-armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the door, tugged at the handles of the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open.
母さんお母さん
Oh, she done locked them in there. Well, wait a minute. Didn't she give George the keys? So, oh, right. She might have her own set of keys? No, wait. Did they do a trade-off? No, I don't think they did. So shouldn't George have the keys right now? So unless she, like, put a chair up there to lock them in, or, Beatrice, I mean, that's also a thing. What's going on? Open up, open up. It was only natural. Nazi had picked up the candle stand, which... Oh. Okay. Which Battler had thrown to the wall and which had fallen to the door. So she's probably standing out in front right now with the gun. She then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt holding them closed. That is, okay, I'm not going to lie. If you know that all the murders have happened in closed rooms, this is the worst thing you could have done. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly. Like, why is nobody learning that lesson? And it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Nazi's ears or not? Oh, new music. This is probably her going around everywhere. Nazi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. I love that you spend time trying to figure out how she locked us in and not why. Well, the why kind of made sense to me. So I was less worried about the why and more about the how. Because I'm like, well, how did that happen? She doesn't have keys. How would she be able to do that? And then I pieced 2 and 2 together and I was like, well, no, I didn't piece 2 and 2 together. They gave me the hint to go like, oh, the candelabra, or I guess maybe the candlestick that Battler had was no longer there. I was just curious about, like, how did she pull that off? Alone in the entrance hall, it was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Nazi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor. ready to rifle again, and in that voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
Ushiromiya家代表 Ushiromiya Natsuhi です
Motherfucker, you are the Ushiromiya family right now. You ain't a representative, you are. You are the one. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family.
姿を見せなさい
Show yourself,
黄
Beatrice.
金の魔女
Oh,
ベアトリーチ
Golden Witch, Beatrice. Is it gonna happen? Could, in the words of Michael Cole, could it be? The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. Okay, listen. If we get Beatrice here, I will actually do a shot of tequila. If we get her right now, I will actually do it. In that darkness, the butterflies glittering and gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Nazi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
ようやく
So you finally
姿を現しまし
shown yourself.
たあなたのような存在が
Still can't
本
believe
当に存在したなんて私は未だ信じることができない
that something like you really exists.
でもそれは問題ではありません
But that isn't a problem.
後ろ宮家の代表であると自負する私と
Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya
後
family,
ろ宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが
and you who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family, are here right now. This is kind of wild, because that gun ain't helping her.
あなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です
At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter.
さあ
Come,
決着をつけましょう
let's settle this.
後ろ宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか
Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I'm intrigued. Okay, all right, Nazi. Okay. I love your determination. If you were gonna do this shit, you should have at least put the charm on your wrist or something. She ain't thinking that far ahead.
この後ろ宮夏彦
Also, she might still have it with her. I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi.
あなた
Or you,
ベアトリーチェか
Beatrice.
あなたの決闘の申し出謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます
Also, allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. No way! Holy shit. Okay, I'm preparing it. The gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape which walked into the dim light. Oh shit. Nazi, ready the rifle. I'm readying. I'm ready. Bring it on. And glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead. Whoa, excuse me? And laughed. Nazi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. That shit ain't gonna work. Oh shit, they're gonna see all this. Oh shit. So they're gonna see Nazi. Well, okay, maybe she won't die. No, they're gonna kill her. They have to, right? Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candlestick that had been barring it and making it possible for the big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand because okay, here the reveal is coming. He kept kicking the candle stand through the gap, and the door was finally released. Oh shit! At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Oh, she is... Oh, no. There's no way she's alive. Unless she has the charm on her, there's no way she's alive. You mustn't run off by yourself. Was that the sound of a gun just now? Did out Nazi shoot? At whom? Got the culprit. The noise that come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage, like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground and bathed in light. Arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Nazi's dead. Nazi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Yep, she dead. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Nazi. Damn, she's dead. On Aunt Nazi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby? Oh, a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby. Why pigeon blood? Why not just say, why is that specific like that? Oh, right, because of the sea pigeon. They're tying that in together. That, okay, there's no, okay, there has to be a reason for that. Okay. I put two and two together. Have been placed there. She's dead. She's dead. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. Pigeon blood is what they call the super high quality root. Really? I did not know that. Okay, so never mind. It's not linked to what I thought then. Or maybe it is, but I did not know that that's what that's what they called it. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Nazi still grasped. Apparently, the shade of red is similar to that of pigeon blood. I didn't know that their shade. I didn't know that their blood was like that. Like they had a particular shade that would match that. I just kind of thought, you know, blood is blood, and when it comes out, it's like dark red. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? All right, I'm going to look at the autopsy report now. Sure. Okay, so she has some on her arm, too. Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How imprudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing more than a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. Okay, that's pretty fucked up, game. Mom. I don't get it. Why did not Nazi run away alone? And why did she shoot through her own forehead?
Maria-chan, Natsuhiおばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出たんだよね。
Maria-chan, Nazi left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it. What did Aunt Nazi read and why was she lured out here? Wait, did they take the letter away too? Damn. I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Wait a minute. Hang on. Wait a minute. Wait. No. Why? Okay, hang on. Right? Okay, alright. So, hang on. Oh, we don't know. Yeah. Oh, no. You weren't a part of this. Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie. Well, you're separate, but we don't okay, no, actually no. Yeah, you are separate actually. Yes. Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie. Why Jessica though? Or Jessica, why Shannon? Shannon's the one that makes that one weird. Oh, wait a minute, because okay. I'm a little okay. You're actually the confusing one here. You are. So Shannon, Rudolph, Kraus, Natsuhi, and Kyrie. They're these. Oh, and Rosa actually. Rosa's the other one. So they're all. Yeah. Okay. So I'm thinking about who all died, right? So the first sacrifice is those 6, right? So here's what's happening. The witch is approaching them, right? So that has to be what's happening. So initially the witch was supposed to also go to Natsuhi, right? So what's the relation that all of them have together, right? So Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Natsuhi, even these two. I don't know why. Okay, so the only reason why these two weren't involved were that they actually left the meeting early. So the people who were a part of it were Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, right? So it makes sense that these 4 die. So let's say that they all were approached by the witch, right? So all 4 of them were approached by Beatrice, right? What if Beatrice is okay? So Shannon might. So what if Shannon's whole deal here, right, and involvement in this is that maybe because George had proposed, I know that she was in the mansion at the time, but what if it has more to do with the fact that maybe she wanted to feel at least kind of on some sort of level with George? Because remember, she still feels like a servant, and you know, she grew up as just an orphan, right? So, because remember how like awkward she felt like during the whole thing and then putting the ring on the finger. So I'm wondering if maybe she didn't put the ring on her finger until she saw the witch, right? And that this whole thing, right? So I wonder if they're actually, what if these are actually all suicides? Right? Wouldn't that make a little bit more sense here? Because then it's like, okay, well then yeah, how are all these deaths happening? They don't make sense. How could they possibly be doing this, right? So it's either the witch is killing them or they're killing themselves, right? Or if in their attacks the witch is actually doing so, right? So if they're all going to the Golden Land, and that's the goal here, right? So that would make sense for Kraus, Natsuhi, Rudolph, and Kyrie. Get Nazi out of here. Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, and Rosa, because they're all in that meeting. So then Shannon, but Goda's the weird one in this one. Goda's the only one that's weird. Because remember, Kinzo's whole thing was that he even told Kanon about this. He told Kanon that, like, no. Oh no, he told Goda this too, I think, right? Where it's just like, no, I want everybody to participate, or like he wanted everybody to participate. There was something that he said about that earlier. So is the only way for them to participate then for them to actually commit suicide, and that they're following along with what instructions are actually being given here in the epitaph? So are they going to see the witch and then they're all like, are the 4 of them actually about to commit suicide then too? Well, I don't know if Maria does. That Maria's the weird one in this. But are they about to do the same thing? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'm intrigued. I don't know if I'm right. And I don't want to know if I'm right. Because that's the only thing that makes sense here. Because then it's like, yeah, like they're like, what the hell? Why did she kill herself? And it's like, well, she went up against a witch. So what if the witch is actually casting magic to then have them do it, right? Like there has to be something that's spellbounding them to, because nothing else makes sense, right? Why are they going through this whole, like, why would they have this whole thing where Battler's trying to spin the chessboard around and using logic to try to solve all of this? Like, it has to have a point. So then what's the other way of thinking about this then? The other way of thinking about it is that they're all killing themselves to participate in the game. That has to be it. Nothing else makes sense. Nothing else makes sense here. Why would Natsuhi shoot the gun, right? And then it turns out, oh shit, the gun killed herself, right? There has to be something that is either driving them to kill them or they are actually killing themselves. It is one of the two. It's the only thing that makes sense. Until they hit me with something that's like, oh hey, your theory is complete bullshit. Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. I'm sorry, that line of dialogue made me key in on that. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Nazi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides as I was pointing a light into from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. So now I'm curious what was on the letter. George Aniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. Yeah, you know what? Actually, because they were talking about that, like, how would somebody be able to carry and put the weapons in there? And it's like, well, if they do it themselves, doesn't that make it easier? And these killings are all very bizarre. Now, I don't know how, like, the blood and everything gets on the wall, but... So is this supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasure once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations, congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of. So unless there's a way to break this, so I guess then that's the other question then, right? How do you break this then? And I don't think there's a way. I think you're just kind of screwed, right? Like it's going to happen. Lead me to the Golden Land you told me of. Right now. There, all the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all the tragedies today didn't happen, because that's the point. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it! What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are not anymore. There's not gonna be. I'm definitely not gonna die. Until the night is over. No, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die. I'll stay alive. I'll stay alive no matter what. I don't think you understand, man.
よしなよバトラー。
Give it up, battler.
ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。
Guns are useless against witches.
それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。
Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter because it's over. So is literally okay, so the only thing that doesn't okay, the only thing that's weird then is the scorpion charms, right? So then how does that come into play? Because that technically protected Natsuhi. Because she was definitely supposed to die night one. It's the only variable that I don't account for.
もう旅は終わったんだよ。
The journey has already ended.
ほら、時計を見てごらん。
See, look at the clock. It's midnight. Huh? Clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon it will be 12 at night. In other words, 24 hours. But when you think about it, isn't 24 hours a strange time? No. It could be called 24 hours, 24,000, or was it 2,400 hours? And it can also be called 0 hours. That is correct. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day. At the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as Georgianiki stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. Here she comes. She's absolutely coming. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait laid in that direction, and the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. What? You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like, I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。
Didn't I tell you it was meaningless?
ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。
Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice.
バカだね、人間は。
Humans are so stupid, aren't they?
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。
I won't accept the existence of witches.
貴様は誰だ。
Who are you?
一歩でも動いてみろ。指一本でも動かしてみろ。
Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger.
こいつをぶち込んでやる。
I'll blast you away. All right, you're just teasing me now. Come on. Give me what I want. As the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when the time ran out had already been
バ
revealed.
トラ、ジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ。旅は終わって、魔女は。
The journey has ended and the witch has revived, see? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Okay. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. You son of a bitch. It's gonna let me save. Well, I didn't say I would do it on midnight. I'd say it when I see the witch. Give me what I want. The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again, and their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children who were thought to have survived until the very end were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginable gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seem hopelessly dim. Oh, that's fucked. That's hilarious. They don't even show it to us. They're just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the golden land. They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier of a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written upon in cramped small letters. Written there was this tale. Throughout this notebook fragment, people will learn the truth of the mysterious riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th. This incident was later called by many names in the Rokujima mass murders and the 18 killings of Rokujima, though delinquents of around the world, the witch legend serial murders. Lovers of the occult claimed that it was all the result of a memorial ceremony that had sealed the island. Those 2 meters, blah, 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 blah. However, not one of these interpretations approach the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment describes this mysterious incident, it does not reveal the truth of what happened, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Ushiromiya. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. That gruesome scene, there had to have been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it was probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely unfortunate find. Because the jaw had been separated from this body, the police at least identified. So let us conclude that this tale, with the final section of the notebook fragment of the Maria left behind, by the time you have read this, I'd probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who have found this, read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. Ushiromiya Maria. This very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders had not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch result. Ushiromiya Kraus died on the first Twilight. Okay, Ushiromiya Rudolph died on the first Twilight. Sacrifices, okay. Oh, makes sense. Ushiromiya Eva. The stake of Asmodeus, okay. The stake of Beelzebub, so that's what Hideyoshi got hit with. The stake of Mammon was Kinzo. Kanon got the stake of Satan, damn. The stake of Lucifer was Genji. The stake of Belphegor is Nanjo. Kumasawa with the stake of Leviathan. Beatrice revived. Natsuhi killed her. He acknowledged himself of the existence of the witch and prostrated herself. Who denied? Oh! The witch will praise the wise, so they all try to revive the souls of the dead. George chose his lost fiance. Oh shit! George chose Amari chose the loss of his mother. Sleep, peace, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Time ran out before all 18 died. When the seagulls cried, no more left alive. Oh shit! I was kind of right. Oh shit! Oh shit! I was kind of right. Holy shit! That's crazy. Damn, so they did kill themselves and they chose. What do you mean? What do you mean? Kind of right? How did you not read the part where they fuck? I was reading so fast, I forgot the word they used. Where they killed themselves, and they chose. Blackjack, did you drink the whole bottle? Is there any left for me? There's plenty. Did it say suicide? It doesn't matter if it specifically said suicide. They what is it? They say they masticated themselves, or I fucking missed it because I was trying to read through everything. I forgot the exact word that was used. Damn, we ain't even get a reveal. Now I'm sad. Tea party? They prostrated themselves. Thank you. Although I guess technically that would just mean that they that's not impaling. That's actually proselytize is close to what prostrated is actually. Cuz doesn't that just mean like you're worshiping? Time for the tea party. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rokenjima? I don't know. The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. It's like submission. Okay, then okay, never mind. So then that's what happened. And then the witch killed them off. Okay. So is the tea party long? I don't think it is. Purgatorio. Okay, so we're in purgatory. Also, what was that achievement that I just got?
Oh, minna. UMINEKO no naku koro ni otsukare-san.
Congratulations. Bro, what do you mean congratulations? So then like okay, so we didn't solve it this time. So then like what like then what is like chapter 2? Okay, here are 18 new people we're gonna fuck with. Hey everyone, congrats on finishing UMINEKO no naku koro ni. Or maybe what happens is that we rewind time and try again. I don't know. Or are we actually going to the Golden Land? I guess we're going to the Golden Land. I'm not sure. A lot of shit happened. Man, I still haven't a clue what was going on when the story ended. Battler speaks for me too. Cheers, buddy. I didn't get a witch, so. So just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed? Oh. Definitely a bad ending. Ooh. That's right.
1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に自分の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。
Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Was there something I could have solved? Blackjack checked the character menu. Sure. Oh, that's right. Sure. Okay. Who do we start with? Natsuhi. Oh no, right. We already started with it. Let's start with. No, because yours is gonna be for some freaky shit. Oh. Missing. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch, and all the magic disappeared. Oh, so he fucked it up for everyone. Okay, so I mean, technically, the witch did kill her. Okay, I'm still kind of right. So this asshole. You know what? I'm reading his last. Missing. Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, the demon chewed him to the bone and he went to hell. Oh, that's cute. Missing key. This fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she's waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully even this fool will be able to see you before too long. Okay, but to be fair, how the hell do we solve a mystery when there is a typhoon? What? I mean... That's right, Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし
Yeah, he sure didn't. We were also busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it.
そうですね。
That's right. Oh, hey, look. There's your fiance.
ちゃんと非分の謎に挑んでいたら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently.
それはどうかな。
I wonder about that.
シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。
Shana-chan, you did a good job too. I love it when anime does this.
お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。
I want to say, you don't have to be our waitress and serve tea.
何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ。
After all, this is a rap party.
ひでえ目にあった者同士、仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。
As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds.
ベロベロベロ。
All right, stop that. I liked you for a minute.
ひでえ目って言ったらシャノンがぶっちぎりだったぜ。
Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? Yeah.
綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら
No, that's not the reason why I thought she would survive to the end. As a matter of fact, I didn't think she was going to survive until the end. Speaking of a horrible fate, I just didn't think she would die that quickly. Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I definitely... listen, I thought some of y'all would have made it to, like, Chapter 2, but apparently nobody did. Shows how much I paid attention.
一番最初に殺されるし、しかもなんだっけ
But she was killed right in the beginning, and on top of that, what was it?
顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ
Half of her face was smashed, right?
最悪だよな
That's the worst.
そういうお役目でしたら、その仕方ありませんし。
That was my role, so there is no way around it.
姉さんが気にすることはないよ
Nasan, it's nothing for you to worry about. I actually got it worse.
お嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限り
Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end.
どうもそうみたいだね
It seems so. Also, B. Edwards, good call on yesterday, saying that part would have taken 2 hours. I mean, if we take out me doing internet problems in my intro, you were right. It was about 2 hours.
なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ
I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered.
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。
Speaking of which, don't you think Kanon's last moments were the coolest?
返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。
Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right?
俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ。
It was a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right?
結局何も歯が立ちませんでしたが
Though in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in.
でも、カナン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。
Still, I think Kanon-kun's death was a big hint. Was it? In what way? Because, I mean, like, a big hint to what?
だって、あのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
Oh, well, I mean, duh.
そうだね
That's right.
あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった
At that time, everyone's location was
だから
obvious.
カノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
So it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19 person to kill Kanon.
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
You did say that. Yes, you did. I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over.
信じたくはねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice.
そうですよね。
That's right.
人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。
There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do.
レバーおばさんの密室殺人とかマジでしかできない。
It specifically brought her up. Ooh, only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Ava in that closed
人
room.
間にはできない。
A human couldn't do that.
19人目が存在することが明らかで。
Not only is the existence of a 19 person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine.
となれば、その人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice.
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。
You probably met at the very end.
黄金の魔女にね。
Met with the Golden Witch.
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってずっと言ってる。
Like I kept saying, Beatrice
み
exists.
んなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。
Though it went bad because no one ever believed. Ugh.
信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。
Even whenever a witch friend says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. Ugh.
そうですね。
That's right.
ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし。
Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her.
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても、
It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up to the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another.
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。
Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning.
でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。
I'm actually mad at myself for not picking up on that Battler's defiance would have fucked things up. I think that should have actually became a little bit more obvious too, because Kanon was defiant towards Beatrice, got killed. Natsuhi was defiant towards Beatrice, got killed. Yeah, it's a lot more obvious now that like the cards have played out.
それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりの
Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons.
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら、
If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed.
その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
He must simply have been designated to be one of those.
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。
Shano-chan, you met a horrible end.
せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty.
その痛かったわけじゃないですし。
Well, it's not like it hurt. What?
それにほら、
What do you mean it didn't hurt? Anyway.
今はこうして全然平気ですから。へっちゃらです。
Anyway, right now I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be canon or not, because this kind of feels like, oh, this is the place that they were supposed to be in the end. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling.
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。
It feels like it's not. Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure the story would fit into the standard mystery genre.
ファンタジーだと分かってちょっと驚いてるよ。
I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's fantasy.
遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館物なんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's mind. It sounds like a typical mystery novel to me.
ファンタジーじゃ ゃない。
It's not fantasy. Beatrices exist.
ベアトリーチェはいる
God, how many times does she have to say it? I'm saying it now.
の。
Ugh.
ええ、分かっています。
Yes, we understand.
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
Beatrice-sama does exist.
そうですね。
That's right.
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
Beatrice-sama does exist.
悔しいが認めざるを得ねえよな。
I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice.
19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
Because it's obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved.
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。
Many things happen that be impossible for
劇
humans.
中の僕らはそれを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、
During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways.
今ならはっきり言えるよ。
But now I can say it for
ど
sure.
れもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。
I mean, come on, guys. Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human.
魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all the power magic, all the power magic could provide. I mean, again, it's either that or it's suicide. It's the only thing that could possibly make sense.
犯人は魔女だった。
The culprit was okay. Now they're flaunting it a little too much. Okay, I don't like that they're doing that now.
その一点において何の曇りもねえぜ。
That point's perfectly clear.
ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
Long live Beatrice. Okay, don't do that.
みんな信じた。
Everyone believed.
マリアは嬉しい。
I'm so glad.
神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど、
Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them,
信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
but I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them.
姉さんの言う通りだと思います。
I think you're right.
じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし、
So this murder case game is finally no.
ここで気を取り直してちゃんとベアトリーチェの言う通り碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか。
Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right?
賛成。
I agree.
きっとベアトリーチェも喜ぶ。
Beatrice will definitely be happy.
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね。あの手紙は。
Everyone ignored that letter during the story. Yeah, you guys did.
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて、
Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it.
なんだかかわいそうですね、ベアトリーチェ様。
I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama.
碑文のメモがある。
I got the epitaph written down right
みん
here.
なで謎解き。
Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it. We're not solving it right now. Come on.
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
The story probably went wrong ever since that time.
そうかもしれません。
That may be so.
私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said.
まあすっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。
Imagine if the next chapter is we just go back in time and we remember what happened in the first chapter. Nah. I mean, it'd be funny, but I don't think that's what's about to happen. Well, it's a little late now.
今からでも再挑戦するってことで魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。
Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives it now.
さ碑文の謎に挑戦してみよ
Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
う。何懐かしき故郷を貫く。
It was something like, "Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown." This was definitely one of my favorite parts, finishing this and then being like, what the heck is... Yeah, because I'm like, I got through this and I'm like, okay, they're dead. So... bring on the next 18 to participate in the killing game. Do. This is how you got Danganronpa 4, everybody. Maria put her notebook on the table, and opens the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Hold on a second, you guys. I just realized we're in some shitty afterlife where we all lost character. Vado was spoken in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What can you not like about all of this fun? We died? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all... What? Don't you realize something like that can't exist? Oh, Jesus Christ, Battler. With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Kanon. Oh, that's right. Fucking Jessica gets to be with the guy that she has a crush on. And Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. He never does. Because we kind of died. Okay, I don't necessarily agree with that, though. That part I don't agree with. Isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? Well, okay, except for your deaths, because if you actually were eaten by demons, then holy shit, that's nuts. But like the other ones, it's like, again, suicide is possible. None of the cases would have been possible for a human. That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? I don't understand what you're saying, Battler-sama. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. By the way, after stream, I will go back and at least read for myself what was being scrolled, just so that I'm like, oh, okay, I can catch up on what I missed. I don't think I missed anything, but reading that kind of sucked. I did not take Cynthia's warning very well when they were like, be ready to speed read, and I was like, oh, it's not like, because it starts off and it's like, it's not that bad, and then like they just started like it was like Tetris. It's like it starts off and you're at level 1 and you're like, oh, this game's easy, and then it gets to level 10 and you're like, all right, I can link you the whole PNG. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Yes, please do that after stream. Just DM it to me. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? Are you sure about that? There's no way something like a witch exists, right? Thank you, B. Edwards. I will need to. Well, actually, no. My stream recap will have that link in there. That. Also, what the fuck? Did you just post a link? Holy shit! How did you post a link? Damn. Okay. All right. Sweet. I mean, like, I'm not complaining about it. It's just I must have. Wow. I mean, you need to go back and take a look at my settings, because I don't know what I changed, because I thought before people couldn't post links, but shit, I don't care. That's one I actually want. You made that change like months ago? When we say months, this website enabled, but that's the exact part. Okay, perfect. Then. Oh, you're giving me the exact part. That's just the website. Okay, got it. What about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? Anyway, answer my question, funny man. What question? Okay, so why would Kanan stab himself and then take the object out of his chest if it was suicide? Why not leave it if he wanted to die? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Like, don't. I can't answer that question. Ask the game. The game knows the answer to that question. I don't. I don't know, man. I don't have the answer. The best that I can give you is that for some reason, either everybody was driven to at least kill themselves, or the witch was like, ha ha ha, fuck you, I have magic, now you die. You know, like magic cylinders, and just like not even magic cylinders. It's like used mirror force and said, "Lol, no you." You know what I mean? That's a pretty big hole in your suicide theory. I mean, I don't think because he pulled him pulling it out of his chest doesn't put a hole in the suicide theory. It's just like, oh shit, I did this. Oh fuck, it hurts. I am still alive. Let me pull this shit out. Also, Like when did that happen too is the other question. Because I kind of forgot that part. Does he pull it out of his chest when everybody arrives, or is it pulled out of his chest like? Because that's a part of it too. I don't know. Who cares? We'll get to it later. That's well.
どうやったらあんなひでえことができるのかちょっと想像はつかねえけどよ。
It's hard to imagine how they did something that awful.
でもあそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。
But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right?
きっと中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろう。
I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there.
わかんねえけどよ。例えば電の子とかグラインダーとか。
Let's say they use some electric tools like a grinder or an electric saw.
そう
That
それは
that's
その
じゃあバトラー
then Battler.
じい様が密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。
How do you explain grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed
扉
room?
は封印されていたのにじい様は忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
I don't. Even though the door was sealed, grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right?
その話は劇中でも出ただろう。
We talked about that during the story
じい
too.
様が何らかの方法を使えばレシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。
It's not impossible that grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt.
あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて、夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。
It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down. Okay, and not Nazi locked the window from the inside. All right, I take back any time that I said that the window was a possibility, because that's fucking insane. That a man, an old man on his deathbed, just fucking said yeet out of a window, just fell down, and then his accomplice is Aunt Nazi, right? I know that she said, oh, he told her, oh, you carry the heart of the one-winged eagle. That's insane.
別に魔法を使わなくたって他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
God, Battler, why are you like this? I could think of a bunch of magic tricks you use without relying on think of a bunch of tricks you use without relying on magic.
それ
The
はそうだけどよ。
What do you mean that makes sense, but?
ならバトラ君、
In that case, Battler-kun,
僕のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？
how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room?
扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。
Okay, so here's where I agree with Battler. It does not matter if the door was sealed. The door sealed shit doesn't really matter, right? It's a way to pose like, oh, it's a locked room. How could anyone get in there? And that's the part where I just kind of go, that shit doesn't really matter as much. It's more okay, but how was it pulled off? That's really what matters.
無論窓もね。
Naturally, the window was sealed too.
どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
How do you think a human could have killed my parents?
まあ
Well,
確かにそのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。
we did have to leave that trick alone during the story.
とにかく 犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。
Anyway, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key.
チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。
What, are you saying it's Natsuhi this whole way? Well, no, because Natsuhi wouldn't make sense here at this point. It's possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed.
非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあり得るな。
I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack to then bring in two massive... Come on,
い
man.
や、あるいはその隙間から何かを出したとか。
Like, maybe they stuck something through it.
確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、
It's
3つを構成するでかい要素だな。
it's like I want to agree with him, but then like he presents the argument so poorly that I'm like, no. Even though a door chain is incredibly simple. Yeah, that's the part I agree with. It's a big factor in setting up a closed
だ
room.
が、3つトリックなんておよそやり尽くされてるんだ。
So there's probably some closed room trick they could have used.
そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。
If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that perfectly fit.
とにかく俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。
Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim that there's nothing humans can't do if they try hard enough.
それはひどい暴論じゃないかい？
Isn't that an argument horribly irrational?
説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんて
It's just
めちゃめちゃだ
ridiculous to
よ。
claim that it's possible for a human to do something even though you can't explain how. Okay, George, I don't agree with you there. Now I don't agree with you.
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。
Why is that ridiculous?
兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。
Why did all of you stop thinking?
一見できなさそうに見えても、どうせできるんだよ。
Fuck. Now I'm back on his side again. Even something that looks impossible has to be
これ
doable.
がお約束ってもんだろうが。
Doesn't it always work like that?
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。
Battler, you're the one being ridiculous. It's like, yeah, if you're able to do something and something does happen, then there's an explanation for how it happened. Even if you're not able to explain it, you should be able to. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I really can't shake what Shannon said about not feeling pain when she died. Did she die in her sleep? Question.
人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。
If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. I mean, like, there are plenty of things that I've done before where it's like, I didn't explain how I did it, but I did it. You know, it's just like, if someone does, it's like a magician, right? So, you know, if your audience is naive enough or just ignorant enough, and I mean ignorant not in a negative connotation, but just not knowing, like the literal definition of ignorant, right? And they don't know, and you pull off a trick, even if they can't come up with how it's done, it was done. There is a way to do it. I remember, like, the first... I'm going to go on forever if I do this. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how.
できねえだろ。
You can't, can you? It doesn't matter.
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。
They also said the head match. Oh, that's also correct. Yes, the head matching was done after their death. Yes. And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it.
その論法で言っちまったら、世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
I mean, okay. Yes, Battler, but at the same time... I hate this. I hate that they're doing this because it's fucking with me now.
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。
And I agree with this. Battler, you're sidestepping the issue and you aren't explaining anything, but it's like, but why is he doing this though?
マリアたちは人間にはできない。
We're saying a human couldn't have done it.
だから ら人間じゃない存在が犯人。
Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human.
それが魔女だとそう言っている。
And that something is a witch.
なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。
And yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible even though you can't explain anything.
まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。
Also, you're still not explaining this shit that's going on right now. I mean, sure, they've explained it as like, oh, she's just really into witches and like a fucking savant when it comes to like, oh shit, like she knows Hebrew. But I'm like, but she's like 9 and apparently she's been into this when she was 3. I mean, I guess it's not impossible. I knew like the entire multiplication table going up to like 20 when I was 3 because my parents just my mom just ingrained math into my brain. So as a result, now it's just like I look at numbers and I can pretty much get you what the answer is. So I mean, it's not impossible, but like Hebrew?
地球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど、
Like those fools who claim the heavens spun around the earth.
宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよう。
Are those who said that the earth couldn't be spinning even though they couldn't explain why.
なんだか気に入らねえ論法だが。
That kind of argument kind of pisses me
つ
off.
まりお前らはこう言いたいのか。
So this is basically what you're trying to say.
人間に可能だと説明できないなら、
If I can't explain how a human could do it,
ベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことか。
fuck! God damn it! Fuck! I must accept that the culprit is a witch. God. Why? Why? But why? I just don't understand why. Why are they doing this? This is so frustrating because there's a point to this. But why? Why are they like this right now?
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。
It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. Like there's going to be a witch. You're not. There's no way you're doing this, and we're not actually going to get a Beatrice. There's no way. There is no way. It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. That's why this is driving me nuts.
ただバトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思
We
い
were
まして。
just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense.
世まい事って
Nonsense?
なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？
Hey, have I really been saying something that weird just now? What?
おかしいのは俺なのか？
Am I the one who's crazy?
さっきから不愉快だぞ。
You guys are really starting to freak me out.
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時、ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。
Battle-sama, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Okay, so Kanan. Okay, all right. So Kanan does say that. Okay.
それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？
Can you explain how a human could have done that?
あの時、18人の所在は全員がはっきりしていました。
At that time, the location of the 18 were well known.
にもかかわらず、
Even so, I was killed.
僕は殺されている。
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。
And we talked about that in the story as well. Yeah, you're blaming it on Kumasawa? Yeah, I got it right.
例えば、熊沢のばあちゃんだ。
Kumasawa Bachan, for example.
カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、
She said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we cannot know for sure whether that was a lie or not. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, all right, hang on. But we know, though.
一緒にボイラー室に入って、 不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれねえ。
From behind? But that doesn't make sense, because if it was from behind, how is it in front of him then, Battler?
あるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's probably the most sensible thing he has said thus far. That actually has some sensibility. But then, like, how the fuck did he end up in a... Okay, hang on.
何しろ焼却炉からはじいさまの遺体の悪臭だ。
After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator, which would have forced us down there to go investigate. Okay.
必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから仕掛けだけ施せば犯人はその場を離れカノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could have easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Kanonkun's death to create an alibi.
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be?
そうだよ。
That's right.
あの後すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。
Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler
で
room.
もそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
But we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we?
さようです。
That is correct.
バトラ様、どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
Battler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with?
いや、
Well,
それはわからね
I don't know that. Okay, well then by your logic.
え。でもとにかく何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは誰かが嘘をついて。
Well, actually not by his logic. It would be by their logic, technically. But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone's lying.
こうも考えられるぜ。
Or what about this? Okay.
そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。
All right, Battler, if you're going down a suicide route, I'm okay. Then I take back everything I said about you. Kanon, what if the whole thing was just you play acting?
そうだ。自作自演だ。
That's it. You were play acting.
エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。
Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting.
自分で密室を作り、死んだふりをした。
All right, I mean, almost. They made the closed rooms themselves, so they were only pretending to be dead.
バトラ、
Battler,
お前
has your head been...
さっきから頭
Have you gotten a lobotomy?
大丈夫か？
Feeling okay.
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
Should I bring some cold drinks?
そこまでアレミの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろ。
Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right?
俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。
I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick.
それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery stories to have one of the victims just be playing dead? One of the victims? Are you saying... Okay, I am actually hating that he's saying this because this is something that I thought about, but then it's kind of thrown out the window, right? Like it's immediately thrown out the window when you think about the rest of it, right? But the fact that he said one is where I'm just immediately like, no.
お約束って？
A classic trick? Well,
つまりだ。
is there anybody we didn't verify? Not see, no. I just don't understand why the game is hung up on this. It's almost like the game is saying, okay, yeah, there's a witch, but also no, there's not. And I don't understand why they're making me choose between believing and not, other than like it's literally just the whole point of the game. But it's frustrating as a player because I'm just like, fucking.
カノン君が殺された時、 確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。
In other words, when Kanan-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were.
そして熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。
And let's assume that Kumasawa Bachan wasn't lying.
でもそれは生存者だけの話だ。
That's only counting the survivors.
もし死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、
What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained.
つまりエヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？
So, are you trying to say that Aunt Eva or one of the other culprits was the others was the culprit?
でもおばさんたちの死亡については南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
Okay, you know what? Here's where you could actually turn this here. So that's actually a point to maybe turn here, right? So do you then trust Dr. Nanjo's assessments? Is Dr. Nanjo actually seeing that the bodies are dead, or is he just going up to them pretending to do and saying like, oh yeah, these guys were dead a long time ago because they've got rigor mortis set in. But he couldn't pull that trick with Kanon, maybe, to stay consistent? I mean, like, yeah, because, like, outside of, like, oh, hey, the grandfather, why is... Okay, listen. If it is true that there's no witch, Nanjo would be the one person that would actually be able to kind of fuck a lot of this up. That's right. Okay. So,
南條先生は全ての犠牲者について確認しています。
well, not all of them. But yeah, I think of all the victims before he died, he did.
もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人ということになりますか？
Could be. I mean, that one's not far out of the realm of possibility.
ああ、そうだな。南條先生が犯人の一味で嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ話は変わってくるぜ。
Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. It really does, but the whole problem is that, like, the police came and y'all were dead. So, like, are the police making this shit up too?
ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
See, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it?
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
That's kind of even if you do bring that up, I feel like that's irrelevant because what if he was just betrayed at the end? Or what if Nanjo is also faking his death too? Right? Like, I mean, like, let's go crazy, right? If we can go as crazy as, like, there's a witch, why can't we just go crazy the other direction? Just be like, I don't know, everybody's making this shit up. This pigeon ruby red blood that we're talking about is just fucking ketchup and cocktail sauce. I don't know.
それはだな。
About that.
そうさ。南條先生は偽装師なんだ。
That's right. Dr. Nanjo faked his death.
何しろ南條先生以外に検視ができるやつはいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。
Do they eventually just spin it around and be like, okay, then how did you die? After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could have examined corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway.
本当に脈が止まってるかなんて。 のんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。
We didn't really have any time, any spare time to check to see if he still had a pulse.
この論法なら死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
This theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around.
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。
I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that.
だって シャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
After all, the shutter was closed and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside.
そうだぜ。
That's right.
その鍵は母さんが預かった。
Mom was holding onto that key.
じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
So was Mom one of the culprits too?
いやいや。
Information overload. Oh, wait a sec.
最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ。
Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside.
なら内側から開けられるし。
So they could have opened it from the inside.
そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後、窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか。
That's right. After we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first.
苦しいか？
Is that too much of a stretch? Fuck, this is hurting my fucking brain.
あるいは南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな。
Like, I genuinely hate this because none of this is making sense. Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses.
ほら、自分でも言ってたぜ。
Look, he said it himself, right?
検視は誤審率が高いとかって。
He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses.
うまく偽装したとか、身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。
If you disguised it well enough or prepared a substitute body, you could fake your own death.
方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ。
Let's leave the method or trick that they use for later. And you see, it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right?
ましてや魔女？
Much less a witch, right?
それだけは断じてありえない。
At least that much is completely impossible.
バトラがさっきからなんで堅くなにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない。
See, the only way that I believe that like somebody is in on it is that everybody was in on it. And if everybody's in on it, that means this was a mass suicide. Or that they all just kind of I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit.
つまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね。
In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives? I mean, that would actually be reasonable, to be honest, considering.
そういうわけじゃね。
Magic deniers be like, their bodies just did that. That's not it.
ただその安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし。
It's just,
仮にいたとしても、それは人間だって見地から話を構
I
築す
can't
べきであっ
easily
て。
accept that a 19th person existed, and even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human.
それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ。
I only accept that it's a witch in desperation at the very end, after everything has been disproved.
魔女なんているわけないだろ。
There's no way witches exist, right? I'm gonna be honest, I feel stupid, like I have no theories. I only really have the 2, and I don't even know how real those are. And even then, I'm just kind of like, I'm racking my brain trying to think, and I feel like it doesn't matter.
なんでさっきからみんなは魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ。
Why has everybody been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch?
そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。
I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. Excuse me.
それでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。
But is it okay to let that fool you?
あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ。
Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people?
兄貴だって両親の仇を見つけたいだろ。
Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents?
ジェシカだってカノン君の仇を、そしてカノン君だってシャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ。
Jessica, don't you want to avenge Kanon-kun? And Kanon-kun, don't you want to avenge Shannon-chan?
シャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ。
Shannon-chan, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you.
なんでこうパーンと全面降伏して魔女が犯人ってことになっちまうんだよ。
Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch?
お前らさっきから何なんだ。
What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. Here we go
呆
again.
れてるんだよ。
I'm shocked.
バトラーはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけ。
All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Battler.
だから
This narration sure is biased, eh? It really is. So,
それで
what's next?
人間にどうやって
How would a human do it?
具体的には
In practical terms, I mean.
そう聞くと決まってバトラーは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕掛けでとか抽象的な言葉で逃げたりお茶を濁したり。
Man, where's the the fucking, it's supposed to be, we're supposed to go in, where's the investigation where it's like, you know, the music kicks in and then you go around and it's like you find, oh, here's the spirit that killed this one person, here's the spirit that killed the other one. I mean, it's just like, they give you like hints to the whole thing, and there's none of that. They're just like, fuck you, how do they do it? Using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. Sorry, I imagine you'll say, I can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic.
むしろ知りたいよバトラー。
What I really want to know, Battler, is this.
どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないの？
Why don't you believe in
い
Beatrice?
るのにどうして？
She exists, so why don't you believe?
いねえからだよ。
Because she doesn't exist.
魔女なんか。
Witches
いね
witches don't exist. Hang on one second. Air conditioning's a little high. I'm gonna turn it off real quick. Hang on. Okay.
いるわけがねえ。
She doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. It's almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The irony. The pitying gaze is quietly closed in around Battler, but it didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりだだっこのわがままだぜ。
You realize that you're acting just like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right?
バトラ様、
Batala-sama.
お気持ちはわかりますが。
I understand your feelings, but if you just listen and just for the love of God believe, we'd all be in the promised golden land happy.
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
Okay, so this is the other thing that's been pissing me off too. I don't like that they've been putting the word exist in like single quotes. That's also been, well, they're putting in single quotes because they're using a double quotation. So you do put single quotes inside of it. But essentially the point is that they're putting it in quotes as if like the word exists either needs to be emphasized or that it doesn't actually mean that word exists and it means something else. I don't like that. Why are you doing that?
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？
Because if it was for emphasis, you would just italicize it or bold it as the game has done, and for some reason it's choosing to put that in quotes.
これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
Why don't you believe, even though there's so much proof?
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて。俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。
I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it. I just... So then how does Nazi happen, right? Because that's the one where, like... Well, then how, right? Like, nobody else was there. Who the fuck else was there? No one. So, either somehow... she lost the gun to whoever the other person was, and then they shot her, or she shot herself. right? Because, well, I guess we're also assuming that it's a gunshot. I guess it wasn't confirmed whether or not. Fuck me, man. I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it.
どうして電球が明るくなるのか。仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか？
Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, that magic is... No, that's not... No.
違うだろ。
That's wrong, isn't it? Yeah, but I mean, that is a huge stretch.
魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。
There's nothing that can't be explained without magic.
魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。
All of this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought.
兄貴たちはわからねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。
You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened.
そうだろ。
Isn't that right? Like, why haven't y'all killed this child yet?
やっぱり
Well,
バトラだけはどうしても信じないね。
unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe no matter what, Battler.
誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。
If even a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur.
だからバトラのその猛獰な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡が魔法が完成しないんだよ。
So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed.
なるほどな。
Now I see.
ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。
I finally figured it out, did you?
つまりお前らは俺に魔女様は存在するって言わせたいんだろ。
So in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right?
全員が認めた嘘は真実になる。
A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth.
そういうこったろ。
Is that what this is all about?
あいにくだな。
I'm so
こ
sorry.
こばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだぜ。
I'm so sorry I keep going on about this, but what you're doing is all useless. I refuse.
お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
I thought that said, yo, you guys are all pressing me. It's you guys are all pressing me, but that's why it's all useless.
どうして？
Why?
悪いが、最後の最後でもう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。
Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last... Oh my god.
魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら、一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。
Prove that she exists. If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way.
それは人間にはできないから魔女なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。
And it's not the indirect way of saying it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. Okay, are we finally getting her?
魔女が魔法でやってみせた。
All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. You know what? That's fair. You know what? Fair. 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 Based even.
さらにだ。さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。
Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave.
誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きないってな。
You said that if even one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur.
真の奇跡は誰が信じようと信じまいと勝手に起こる。
Okay, that's insane. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not? Okay.
たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしてもだ。
That's where you lost me. Even if I alone don't believe.
だからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法もそして魔女も嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
So any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Kanan, and Maria, he noticed that they had all suddenly gone respectfully silent. No fucking way. Really? Damn it. The rain's starting again. Well, there it is. It happened. All right, my bad. I was preemptive thinking it wouldn't happen. Magic Denier is an absolute shambles. Fucking shambles. I'm just sitting here, I'm just like, okay, like, you have to do it at some point, right? Like, you've gotten this far, there's just no way. Ooh, this one's for Kinzo. Like, I have to take that. I have to take it first because then it hurts more. Hang on. Ooh, Beatrice. Finally. How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time. Who are you? I was gonna say, like, we're just at a tea party. Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? How amusing indeed. She's got a cute fang. I dig the fang. Excuse me, did they open a slot for her? They sure fucking did, didn't they? You are going to show up later. I knew it. They didn't just have that space there for nothing. I was like, that's weird. Why would they just not? Why is there just like a space that's not here? And there's just, you are gonna show up later. Beatrice, the Golden Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans and, like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans, so offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. This is Beatrice-sama, the Gold Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. It is an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive Battle-kun's ranting. This guy is just stubborn and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with backbone such as yourself every once in a while. It is quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler. Yeah, try spinning the chessboard now, fuckboy. How astonishing. Oh my god. No. Really? It's in his face and they're still okay. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch? And that a 19th person is the culprit. This is starting to get interesting. And it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the witch Beatrice. You only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. Okay, time to give context. There's context? Many elements in early UMINEKO were done for the sake of being different from Higurashi, to catch returning fans off their guard. This is one of them. Each Higurashi chapter ended with a rap party where the characters would break the fourth wall and comment on the story. The tea party starts like this, so returning readers go, oh yes, I know what this is. Oh. Okay. Because I was, you know, this is kind of okay, because I was definitely expecting, okay, at the end of the chapter they would give it to us, right? So it is a little underwhelming to just put it here. At this point, I'm just excited that they're actually acknowledging her. But again, it's like, I guess this hasn't actually happened in a chapter. So if they give this to me in chapter 2, then I'm like, ah. But, This is the funny post-story non-canon moment where the characters goof off. Wrong, you fool. This is the continuation of the story. Yeah. I think that's why I'm kind of like, I'm glad it happened, but also it's like, okay, so yeah, I guess if you were like a Higurashi fan, this would catch you off guard. For me, never seeing, played, or watched Higurashi, I'm just kind of like, I'm glad she's here. Why did they put this in the side story? And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of a half existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe too. She and Roman Reigns both want people to acknowledge them. Yeah, at least I'll acknowledge one of them. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right? Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Oh yeah, they were talking about like wavelengths. That's right. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic resisting power. You are a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Okay, so if the battle then becomes that Battler has to somehow disillusion this world, I think, oh, okay. I'm very curious where they're about to go with this then. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us. But I don't believe you exist in the slightest. It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. Okay. Now this is an interesting dynamic, because now it's like, okay, but she's there. What the fuck do you mean? So unless he is now going to have to go and have to figure out and explain how she did everything. I'm different from the rest of them, got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. This keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. Okay, now it's just the kink. You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. Okay, listen, I know I just said this is just a kink. You didn't have to be very literal. I'd love to try making a man like you kiss my toes.
寝言言いたきゃ好きなだけ言ってろ。
If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want.
俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ。
I deny you exist.
すべての出来事、人間とトリックで説明してやる。
All of the events can be explained with human tricks.
そこには一辺たりとも魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はねえ。
There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches.
よい。
Wonderful.
それでこそ千年の退屈も紛れるというものよ。
What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom.
ならば聞こう。
Then let me ask
お
you.
前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言っ
A short while ago, you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Ava and Hideyoshi, right?
人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるの。
Explain how they could have been killed with using some human trick.
いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがった。
Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Well, I mean, come on.
ってことはこのトリックが一番の自信作ってことなんだろ。
Bro, that's not even like the most absurd one. Does this mean this is the trick you're the proudest of? No, it's the one that...
真犯人さんよ。
Miss Real Culprit? The shake of her golden pipe. Gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, is he actually about to explain this shit? The door in front of them slightly open but secured by the chain was... That's right. It's the door to where Ava and Hideyoshi were killed.
便利じゃねえかよ。
Nice trick. Even a... One might say it was a ghost trick, but no, this is a witch trick. Very well.
このわずかな隙間からどうして見せるの。
Show me what you would do through this small crack, battler.
多分あのアイスピックを打ち出せる射出機があるんだ。
Okay, listen, even if I agree with that, you still have to explain how they got in here to do that.
そいつを使って。
If they use that.
その隙間からは見えるベッドの上のエヴァをどう狙うの。
Also, yeah. And also, how is something that big going to get through there? How would they reach Ava over on the bed when you can't see that far through this crack?
そしてバスルームにこもり扉を閉めた秀吉をどう狙うの。
And how would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut?
くそ。隙間はある。
It's a crack.
何か方法があるはずなんだ。
Should be some way. I mean, you immediately have to start with they unlock the lock. That's where it has to go. With that small crack, they would have to have a way to then have some device that would go up there and unlock it. That's where you would have to start. You can't start anywhere else.
お前に思いつかぬなら
If you can't think of one, allow me.
ほう。
Oh.
魔女様ならどうやって見せるってんだよ。
How would a witch do it? I don't know. Fuck
お手
logic?
並みを拝見してやろうじゃねえか。
Come on, let me see your little trick.
バトラ、ベアトリーチェに口の利き方が存在。
Yeah, stop doing that. You've been doing it all game. Battler, you're being rude to Beatrice.
よいよ
How nice, how
い
nice.
愉快な男。
What a charming man.
それでこそ屈服させる楽しみが増すというもの。
That will make it even more fun to force him into submission.
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせていかよ。
Someone's written fan fiction about this, haven't they? Like, somebody had to have. You really want to make me kiss your toes that much?
俺が降参したらな。
Only if I surrender.
だが見てろ。きっと俺がこのトリックを暴いて、逆にてめえを俺のケツにキスさせてやるぜ。
But watch, I'll definitely expose this trick, and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead. What a delightful man. I'll remember that promise. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power. Because there's no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. By the way, he's not using kiss my ass figuratively, as you Americans love to talk about your ass. This is being literal. Oh, I imagined he was literal. No, yeah, no, I didn't take that figuratively at all. I think he literally meant that. Because I think she's also being literal about kissing toes. Because that's such a specific thing, and her desire to make him bend is like, no, you are literally going to be kissing my toes by the end of this. And so he's like, well, then fuck you. You're going to literally be kissing my ass. But yes, we Americans do love to just say kiss our ass and just never have it happen. Unless you're Vince McMahon in the 90s. That guy's really fucked up. Although to be fair, they to be fair to Vince McMahon, never, not in any day of my life. They did have a segment back in the 90s where they had Rikishi, who was like this he like dressed up as like, well, not dressed up, he looked like a sumo wrestler, right? And his whole thing was that he had a move called the stink face, and he would like literally like slap his ass and then just shake his ass in the corner and shove it in your face. So yeah, we don't talk about Vince. Yeah, this is redacted. But you know, they had a segment where they just literally would like, did they ever have him shoved into Rikishi's ass, or was it somebody else? I can't remember. But yeah, literal ass kissing was a thing that happened during that time period. Anyway, moving forward. Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, that golden pipe was her precious magic cane. Come, arise, children. I am the guide of purgatory. Oh yeah, she mentioned Beelzebub and Belphegor and forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the I thought it was the deadly sins. Yes, that would make sense. Of sinful people. Beelzebub and Asmodeus. Come, forgive the sins. Release the spirits of the sinners. Oh shit, she's just gonna... Oh, right. The pics of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's car. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. And at the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when somebody's chopping firewood, and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of 2 picks burying themselves deep into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads. The field goal is good, right down the middle. Want to see? We definitely heard 2 sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and this second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had been laying the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before.
バカ野郎。
What do you mean, you moron?
そんなめちゃくちゃで
That's insane.
殺せてたまるかよ。
Oh, you're accepting that she did it. Okay. You think you could just kill them like that?
殺せるとも
I can kill them.
このように殺せるとも
I can kill them just like this. No, I was like, this was your only option. It was, well, say this was one of two options. It was like, either Beatrice did it or she coerced them to suicide. It's one of the two. That effect works really well, by the way. The little transition they do. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Kanan was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Kanan's chest. Jigsaw. How did I get that right? How did I know that was exactly what the line was going to be? Damn it! Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher. Kanan was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. Oh, you motherfucker, you set me up for that. Beatrice. Sama. Please forgive him. I think Kanan-kun has repented enough. Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me. Don't screw with me.
こんな三文芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると思うなよ。
Do you think I would accept your existence because of this cheap act?
何が1000年を生きた魔女だ。
Like hell, you're a 1000-year-old witch.
てめえのトリックなんざ1000年じゃねえ。せいぜい100年程度のミステリー界が作ったお約束の累積上にあるだけだ。
Your tricks aren't 1000 years old. They're just the sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery genre.
魔法なんかじゃねえ。
There's no such thing as magic.
断じてねえ。
Definitely not.
事件のすべては人間とトリックで説明がつく。
All of the crimes can be explained with human tricks.
我が1000年を人間どもの100年で語るか。
You would explain my 1000 years with a human, 1000 years with 100 years of humans?
よいよい。だからこそわらわはお前を気に入る。
Good, good. That's why I like you. Foolish battler. What she said.
よすんだ、バトラ君。
Cut it out, Battler-kun.
ベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃ
You can't. What about
いけ
Beatrice?
ない。
Oh, go against the witch. Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek up. Everyone's dying. Maybe she had a toothache. Nope, she's dying, but apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing against her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
シャロン、シャロン。しっかり、しっかり。
Hang in there, hang in there. So she can just make people experience death over and over and over again? That's fucked up. I know we're in purgatory, but goddamn.
どうしたってんだよ。
What's going on?
なんなんだこりゃ。
Damn it, what the hell is that? What do you mean, what the hell is that red stuff? It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Minutes then, the stupid dunce battler finally realized. Thank you, narrator.
頼む、バトラ君。ベアトリーチェ様を信じてくれ。
But please, Battler-kun, please believe in Beatrice.
故障だから。
I beg you.
君が信じないから。
Because you won't believe.
信じないから。
I will find it hilarious if the family just turns on him and kills him.
魔法が。
The magic is...
魔法が溶けてしまう。
The magic is dissolving. Oh! Oh! They're showing... Oh! Oh, shit! Oh! That's what they're showing. Okay. For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again.
シャノン、シャノン。
So he's gonna continue being the stubborn idiot, and everyone's gonna die. I understand.
くそ、くそ。やめろ、やめろ、やめろ。
Stop it, stop it, stop it.
シャを恥ずかしめるな。シャを恥ずかしめるな。
Don't humiliate the dead, don't humiliate the dead. Goodbye, George. This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitiful, clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Stop it, stop it, stop it!
兄貴が何をした?
What did Aniki do? You didn't believe.
ジェシカが何をした?
You didn't believe.
もうやめろ!
Then just believe. Battle her. Don't let the witch break your... Oh! Okay, that's not the response I was expecting. Deny her. Erase her. As long as at least one person denies her. She's an illusion that can't exist. That's not... That was not what I was expecting. Blackjack told about death again. We've seen this already. It's oh no, she's dying again. There are ways that you can do oh no, they're dying again to make it a little bit more gripping. Here it's like they're demonstrating Beatrice's power and just like replaying it, so it's kind of like, oh well, you know. Are you okay, Jessica? Aniki. George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, oh Jesus, good delicious meat has been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and rib cage. Get that jaw analyst in here. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Oh, you're next.
バトラ、
Battler.
早くベアトリーチェを信じて。
Quickly, believe in Beatrice.
じゃないと
If you don't,
みんなの魔法が
everyone's
溶
magic
けてしまう。
will dissolve. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we see her and George die? No, we did. Okay, we didn't see her and George die, but we know that it happened, right? But we know it happened. And the death that's happening, the same that's like happening to Kana, and the same that's happening to Ava and Hideyoshi. It's numbing. You know what I mean? You're just kind of numb to it. At a point, like I can't feel the death of George and Jessica in this moment because we just resolved chapter 1 where they die, and we're told that they were torn apart by demons. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, now they're just telling me the details of okay, here it is. They're torn apart by demons. It's like it has less to do with me not feeling death and more to do with the fact that it's like, okay, but like, okay, we're replaying the death again. We're just like it's not that like I don't want to feel it or that I'm trying to be cold. It's just this has happened already. You know, when it was just kind of like, oh shit, they died. And they talked about the gruesome details of it. It's like, oh shit, yeah, that's fucked up. But it's like when you've gotten to the gruesome details for like the 16th time, it's kind of like, all right, well, it's Tuesday. Not to be like, oh, hey, I'm cold to death now, but it's like even the way that they're doing it with Beatrice kind of like laughing at the whole thing, I'm going on forever. I'm getting sidetracked. Battler, quickly, believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve.
Maria, お前も全身に
Maya, it's all over your body too.
わらわは魔法で全ての死者を蘇らせる。
I revive all the dead with my magic.
でもお前が信じない限り、それは真の力を持たない。
But as long as you don't believe, that magic will hold no true power.
もっともお前ほどの男がこの程度のことで屈服することはあるまい。
But I'm sure that a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right?
私たちは
We
身内を疑いたくなかった。
we didn't want to doubt our
現
friends.
実から目をそらしたから
We refused to face reality.
魔女に屈してしまった。
And gave in to the witch.
でも
But
パトラなら
that's where you won't.
パトラなら魔女になんか屈しない。
Okay. So maybe not exactly suicide, but in some way, because they bent the knee, they're dead. So by them, okay, so okay. Which is also making me wonder, why is Jessica like? Why would Jessica say don't do that then?
Jessica!
Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart.
バトラ、泣かないで。
Battler, don't cry.
ベアトリーチェは死者を何度でも蘇らせてくれるよ。
Beatrice will restore the dead over and over.
だから悲しくないよ。
So there's nothing to be sad about.
だから
So,
死んでも
even if we die, we're still just fine. Are we really about to just be given another crack at the? Okay. The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed.
は許さねえ。絶対に許さね
I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you.
え。何が魔女だ。何が魔法だ。
A witch. Magic.
俺は全身全霊をかけてお前を否定してやるぞ。
I'll risk my body and soul to deny you.
何が何でもてめえを認めるわけにはいかね
No matter what happens, I can't accept
え。
you.
俺をここまで敵に回しやがった以上、絶対にてめえだけは許さね
Now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you.
え。許さねえ、許さねえ、絶対許さね
I won't forgive. I won't forgive. I definitely won't forgive
え。
you.
よくもこの後ろ宮バトラーを敵に回しやがった。
Yeah, why actually isn't he dead? I guess that's a good point.
How are you?
That's an interesting point here. Dean Selman, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. You'll regret making me, Ushiromiya Battler, your enemy.
何が何でも貴様を否定してやるぞ。
I'll deny you no matter what.
どんな不可解だろうと全部人間で説明してやる。
No matter how baffling things get, it can all be explained by humans.
てめえをこの世から細胞のひとかけらまで残さず消し去ってやる。
I'll erase every cell of you from this world.
よくぞ言ったぞバトラとやら。
Well said, Battler, was it?
それでこそ我が千年の退屈も紛れるというもの。
That's just a thing to divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom.
さあ説明するがいい。
Come, explain.
人間とトリックとやらで説明してみせるがいい。
Try explaining it all with human
そ
tricks
して人間の身の程を知るがいい。
and learn how lowly humans
我
are.
が千年を人間どもが気づいたとかいう100年で太刀打ちできるか試してみるがいい。
Let's see if what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000
それでこ
years.
そお前を屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。
That's what will make forcing you to submit so pleasant. That's where I'm lost here. Why is there so much emphasis on this? Why does she care? Like what's the end game? What's the end game? Like it's clear mastermind, but what's the end game? Other than I can fuck with people.
さあ聞こうバトラとや
So tell me, you call yourself Battler.
ら。マリアの手紙は
What about Maria's letter?
6人の殺し方は
How the 6 were
シ
killed.
ャッター
The shutter.
レシートの封
The
印は
receipt seal. Okay, that's bullshit.
チェーンの密室は
The closed room with a chain.
カノンのボイラー室は
Conan in the boiler room.
源氏たちの客間は
Genji and the others in the lounge.
夏日の自殺は
Nazi's suicide.
気分の謎は
The riddle of the epitaph.
隠された黄金のありかは
The location of the hidden gold.
さあバトラとやら人間の力を見せてもらおうではないか。
Yes, Battler, why don't you show me the power of humans? So he's the one then? I was wondering why that always looked like a bullet. I thought it was just glass shattering, but now that makes sense. Addition of new elements. The gauntlet is thrown. Complete the Tea Party. Question marks has been added. You can find this new feature on the title screen. What the fuck? So so he's going to find a way to explain this. And that's the mystery. But I feel like we're not going to get an answer to that. I feel like there's... This is actually really short. I'll indulge. What sort of black tea shall I prepare next? Allow me to display every refined tea that ever was and shall ever be. Ever shall be. Okay. All right, do your worst. Do your worst. Dried plum black tea. The kind that goes for 200 yen a pack. Okay, so there's gonna be 6 more of these. For 1,000 years, I have been fond of black tea, but I didn't know such a thing. I will never tire of living in this world. Beato. You don't have to display such hostility. I am just a wandering witch. I didn't come with the intention of violating the rules of your territory. Hostility? I bear nothing of the sort. I am just terribly concerned with seeing to it that the legendary witch Lady Berncastle is well attended to. Oh no. Oh, the hole goes even deeper. You misunderstand. I am powerless. Oh, she's talking. Okay, I see. Before a witch such as you, who possesses the dreadful power to kill an individual 100 times, I am completely powerless. That a powerless lady witch like you possesses a power that none can approach is what's truly terrifying. After all, that great witch, Lady Lambda Delta... Oh, okay. Okay. So her name is Berncastle. That's not by mistake then. That's intentional. Berncastle because Lady Lambda Delta... These are Higurashi Easter eggs? Okay. Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, why is somebody whose named literally Berncastle, and then I have somebody with just Greek letters, Lambda Delta. I only won an endurance contest. She simply got tired. That is not what Lady Lambda Delta said, though. Too much humility can be unseemly, Lady Burncastle. That girl has a dreadful power. The power to kill an individual without fail. However, without fail doesn't exist in this world. No matter how many times you defied 1, you can never reach 0. Mathematically, that is correct. That is why 0 is technically an imaginary number. Hi, would you like me to go into imaginary numbers for another 10 minutes? That girl has the power to bring the odds of failure down to almost exactly 0. The power to give rise to almost perfect certainty. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying witch again. Bern Castle is a German city famous for its Oh, that was not what I was expecting. The wine part is relevant for this Higurashi Easter egg? Okay. Alright. Oh, to be fair, that's also Bern Castell. It's not Bern Castle. Hang on. Hang on. I don't know German, so... That the name Lambda Delta is also relevant to Higurashi, but I will explain why. I figure with a name like that, if I even tried to look that up, it would probably spoil a lot of things for me. Oh, Castell is still castle. Okay, never mind. So Bern. Okay, never mind. I looked up Castell by itself. The word in German does mean castle. Or near castle. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying witch again. Did you just say George's name? However, you have the power to cause success without failing as long as the odds are not 0. Though you say without fail doesn't exist in this world, you possess an infallible power yourself. How terrifying. The power to kill an individual endlessly. I think you're the more terrifying one. You jest. From your point of view, mine is but a trifling power. This is most certainly what one would call empty praise. Call it flattery to make up for the cost of staying here. I am a fleeing traveler who crosses the fragments, continually running from boredom. I simply came around because I heard you started something interesting. Have no doubts that I will choose to leave as soon as you are no longer interesting. I, Beatrice, am deeply and humbly delighted to have the great Lady Burncastle as an observer. And so your impressions? Imagine the guy who's in a Greek fraternity cannot put together why Lambda Delta would be together like that. Lambda Delta is terrifying because of her cruelty, but she's a girl I can understand. You do seem to be capable of affection, but I can't understand you at all. That makes you much more terrifying than her. I am fickle by nature. Do forgive me.
気まぐれなる際の目に運命を託すはベルンカステル教も好まれることだったので。
I believe you also enjoy, besides, I believe you also enjoy entrusting your fate to the roll of the fickle dice, right, Lady Burncastle?
私は才を振るとき、はっきりと出したい目がある。
Why does she warp in every time? I'm confused by that. When I roll the dice, I have a roll I clearly want to get.
あなたとは違う。
Unlike you.
でも、あなたにとっては、すべての目があなたの手のひらを出ない。
You, on the other hand, never let the dice fall from your hand.
そして、どの目であっても、あなたの期待を裏切らない。
So whatever the roll might have been, you're never disappointed.
サイコロが何の目を見せようとも、必ずあなたは満足する。
Whatever roll the dice show you, you are satisfied without fail.
その意味において、あなたは私をはるかに凌駕する。
In that sense, you far surpass me.
あなたとだけは戦いたくないわ。
You're one I really don't want to fight with.
あなたの中にはゼロしかない。
Inside of you, there's nothing but zero.
だから私の力ではあなたから真気を得られる。
Oh, zero mentioned. Inside of you, there's nothing but zero. That's why I can't win against you with my power.
最悪な相性よ。
It's the worst compatibility.
ラムダデルタなら逆に相性がいいのかしら。
Perhaps Lambda Delta. This is still confusing me. Okay. Alpha, Beta, Sigma, Delta. Delta's the fourth letter. Lambda. Fuck me. I don't remember. Lambda's like one of the middle ones because it's just. Fuck. Lambda is 30. Lambda's a number too? Oh, I did not know that. On the other hand, has a good compatibility against you.
あなたの無限を殺せるでしょうか。
Since she would be able to kill you, your indecisive. The 30th letter, I mean. Is it? No. Since she would be able to kill your endless nature.
やはり紅茶を飲むなら魔女とに限る。
Oh yes, witches truly are the best people to enjoy black tea with.
退屈しない。
Then it's the third, not the 30th. Hang on. It's Alpha, Beta, Sigma, Delta. No, it's Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Sorry. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon? Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon. I don't remember what comes after that. Fuck. I have no idea. I'm not even gonna try to guess. Oh yes, witches truly are the best people to enjoy black tea with. One doesn't get bored. Oh, okay, it's the 11. Yeah, that sounded more right because I was like, no, that's in the middle of the Greek alphabet, but it means 30 in Greek numbers. That makes a little bit more sense. That's why I was like, it has a number assigned to it because there should only be 24 Greek letters in the Greek alphabet. I believe it's 24 because it should be 6 times 4, and that's 24. I do know that there should be 24 letters in the Greek alphabet. One doesn't get bored. Cackle, cackle.
ならよかったわ。
And then I'm relieved.
退屈は私を殺す唯一の毒なの。
Boredom is the only poison that can kill me. I'm sorry, I've been delaying on this.
私を殺さないでね。
So don't kill me, okay?
無限の魔女。
Lady Beatrice,
ベアトリーチ
endless witch.
それがお望みならこのベアトリーチェ。さらに楽しませてお見せしましょう。
If such is your wish, I, Beatrice, shall show you an even better time.
なら すぐにでも次のチェス盤をお持ちした方がよろしいか。
In that case, wouldn't it be best if I brought the next chessboard in right away? Oh, we're playing chess, are we?
そなたにはどうも紅茶よりも次なる物語の方が
It seems the next tale would do more for you than another cup of black tea.
しばし待たれよ。
Just wait for a moment.
あなたも厄介なのに好かれたようね。
Okay, I don't like that you looked at me. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you.
力を貸してあげたいのは山々だけれど、聞いての通り、あの子の力と
I'd really like to lend you my power, but as you just heard, that girl's power and mine have a very bad compatibility.
おあいにくね。
Unfortunate as that may be.
でも、さすがに気の毒だから。
But you really are pitiful, so I'll help you out just a bit.
まず、あの子のこと。
Okay, first of all, about that girl.
ベアトリーチェという名の存在を持っているけれども。
She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. Okay.
意味がわかる？
Get what I mean? I mean, yeah.
つまり、あれは人間の誰かじゃない。
Right. Yeah, in other words, she's not some human.
この世界のルールが擬人化した存在だということ。
Okay, that's okay. Maybe we aren't on the same page. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world.
あの子を倒すには、この世界のルールを暴き、それを解きほぐさなければならない。
Oh. To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them.
それは例えるなら、ルールを知らないチェスを観戦しながら学んでいくようなもの。
Are we going to go chapter by chapter to do this? That's insane. Perhaps this can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching a game.
まずはチェス盤を見渡しなさい。
First, take a good look at the chessboard.
そして、駒の動きと役割に気づきなさい。
Then, learn the movements and roles of the
そ
pieces.
して、あの子のゲームの勝利条件を探りなさい。
Then, look for the conditions required to win at her game.
それらが暴けたとき、そこにあの子の心臓がさらけ出される。
When you've managed to reveal all these things, her heart will be
あと
exposed.
は、引き裂くも握りつぶすも。
After that, you can rip it apart or crush as you choose, as you please.
私も気前がいいわね。
I am being quite generous.
かつて人の身だった頃、私はたったこれだけのことを気づくのに100年をかけたのに。
In the past, when I had a human body, it took me 100 years to notice even this much.
これはベアトに囚われた哀れなあなたへのささやかな選別。
This is my meager farewell gift to you, the pitiful one captured by Beato. It's just like a spoon.
スプーンはスープを飲むのに使うだけじゃない。
It's interesting that she calls her Beato. I feel like that has a much different meaning. Excuse me. A spoon can be used for for more than just drinking soup.
あなたを閉じ込める赤狼を掘り抜き、魔女の目玉をえぐる武器にもなる。
Now all I have in my head is that that there's a guitarist by the name of Rick Beato, and that's all that's stuck in my head. Beatorici. Oh, you're right. You're right, actually. Yeah. That would make sense.
もちろん、永遠の赤狼の中で水のようなスープを延々とすすり続けるのにも使えるだろう。
A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup. Well, yeah, you can use it to dig through the prison in which you're locked in, sure. Or a weapon to gouge the witch's eyes out, sure. Of course, you can also use the spoon to continually sip the watery soup inside your internal cell.
勘違いしないでほしいのは、私はあなたの味方のつもりはないということ。
Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of becoming your ally.
あなたに感情移入はするけれど。
I do feel empathy for you, but I won't help you.
あなたがテレビの前でその向こうの人物にいくらエールを送っても届かないのに似てるわ。
Oh, thank you. You're my chat, I guess. It's like I'm sitting in front of the television yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you.
だから私が魔女だってわかるでしょ。
So you understand that I am a witch, right?
私はベアトがこれから紡ぐ無限の物語を飽きるまで楽しむつもり。
I intend to enjoy this endless tale that Beato is going to weave until I tire of it.
でもきっとそれじゃ飽きちゃうから。
But that alone won't hold my interest.
あなたに力を
That's why I'll lend you my power.
私が飽きないために。
It's also that I don't get tired of this.
私は世界で一番残酷な魔女なの。
Okay, I did not think for a second, like, oh, there's just going to be another witch world, and here's another witch that's going to help you, and she's going to dig you out of this mess. That's not at all where I thought this was going.
どんな相手でも絶対に屈服させる。
Whoever the opponent may be, I'll make them surrender with certainty.
無限の魔女。ベアトリーチェであっても。
Even if it's Beatrice, the endless witch, okay?
お前は私の駒よ。
You are my game piece.
せいぜい頑張りなさい。
Give it your best shot. They just hid this from me. They hid this from me the entire time. Evil motherfuckers.
あの子の目を盗んで、時折助言を与えるわ。
You are my game piece. I'll give you advice sometimes out of her sight. Think of this as you playing. No, that's almost exactly what I was thinking this of. It's just like, hey, you're playing Danganronpa 2. It's like, oh, you're in the second game, and they're just like, hey, Makoto's here. Just, you know, before you just dive into the mystery and everything, just know that I'm here with you.
私を退屈させないでね。
Don't bore me, okay? Although to be fair, this is a little after the pep talk. This is like, all right, 9 people died, and then Danganronpa's like, hey, I'm Makoto here, and I'm here to just tell you that like everything's gonna be okay. Just you know, I used to have. Actually, no, I can't say that. That's a spoiler. Don't bore me, okay? Narratively wise, this is like after the first class trial. I was trying to come up with a situation like that, and I just could not do it. I was trying to think of like, oh, like at what point would this be? And it is supposed to be the first class, I guess. Like this would be the first trial. Addition to a new game board. The next episode slack has been removed. Oh well, I know that, but yeah, addition of new features. Okay. But like in the first trial, it's like 18 people died. Explain. Imagine if the next chapter is we just go back in time and we remember what happened in the first chapter. What? 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 Finally, the fucking sea cats. I've been waiting for them this whole time. Okay. So these are all the tips, and this will just... Why is this a tip? Why is this important? I gotta go to bed. Have a good night, Gab. Thanks so much for hanging out. The Witch's Game Wrecker. Oh, shit. I can actually see everything now. Okay. Wait, hang on. Okay. Pierce through the forehead, a stick of that Asmodeus, Beelzebub, stick of Mammon, stick of Satan, stick of Lucifer, stick of Belphegor, stick of a Leviathan. Arrive in the Ninth Twilight, finally opens the door to the Golden Land. We didn't really get a chance to see that part. Natsuhi died at the Ninth Twilight. The witch praised her nobility and granted her the honor of a duel. That's right, because she wanted to. Yep. Missing of an attempt Twelve Night. She acknowledged and prostrated himself. Right. And this. She invited this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land. Okay. Alright. Why is this important? A sawed-off custom version of a rifle manufactured during the golden age of Winchester. The special model more than makes up for its shorter lethal range by its portability and old-time cool factor. It can even be fired as quickly as a pistol if one works the lever action skillfully enough. Furthermore, any true lover of old Western dramas can't help but be attracted to the one-handed reload made possible by its characteristic lever handle. To match with Kinzo's personal preferences, it was made to handle a 45 long Colt bullets. It holds 4 + 1 rounds. Why is this a note? Characters? What do you mean What do you mean execute? Just fucking push the button. Oh, they're dead. Resurrect. Oh, wait, what? I can just individually do it? Wait, why did you go red now? Because before you were gray. Oh. Wait a minute, hang on. Why are you dead? What a useless dream to try and kill me despite being a mere human. Fire your bullets and they will merely reflect. And execute resurrect all at once. I figured it out. Back towards you like a light off a mirror. That's okay. So okay. That kind of ties into what I thought. I was like, she either had to have killed herself or something happened where it like the bullet just like her magic made it happen. However, there does exist just one way to kill me. You hold that method in the palm of your hand, though I doubt one as mediocre as you could ever pull it off. There's some bullshit I have to do in here. Stakes containing the 7 magics that represent the 7 deadly sins. In accordance with their users' orders, they bury themselves into the desired location of the desired target with perfect accuracy. Because they flit around about at ultra high speeds and change their trajectories at will by bouncing off walls and the like, they have no blind spots and will hit their targets without fail, no matter what form of cover they might be hiding behind. Furthermore, it is impossible to change the force they hit with depending on the part of the body at which they strike. They are extremely powerful weapons, but they cannot target pure people who have not committed one of the seven deadly sins, or people who have a strong resistance to magical power. Okay, so not battler, seven deadly sins. So that's also interesting too, because I don't remember Ava is probably not vanity. Shit. I'm trying to remember. It's fuck. What is it? It's something like, it's pride. Okay. So I wonder if Asmodeus is pride. So pride. I wonder if Kinzo... Well, Kinzo wouldn't be greed. That doesn't make sense. Greed would be... Oh, but... Right, but Kroos didn't die to one of these. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is Beelzebub greed? Was Hideyoshi really greedy? I mean, I guess he did kind of like... Well, no, actually, if anybody was greedy, it was really Ava. Ava was the greedy one, but she's also really prideful at the same time. I'm gonna rack my brain for hours trying to figure this out, and I don't think it's the time to do it. Yeah, return me to the title screen. My brain hurts. A lot of things hurt. I need to come back to this on Sunday. Oh man, this shit. Oh, I'm gonna put this together. Interesting. No. It's not that I don't think it is at all. It's just that my brain is racked right now. All right. I'll see y'all Sunday. I should have some Hades 2 streams. Possibly I'll be streaming something else during the week too. I might take tomorrow off and just stream Thursday. I'm not really sure yet. But you should either see me Wednesday or Thursday. And then on Saturday, we'll be back with 999. And then on Sunday, we'll be back to UMINEKO again. And then Monday, we'll do an UMINEKO stream. Jesus Christ. Hopefully your next visit on Rokunjima things become more eye-opening. I sure hope so, because fuck me if I know what's going on. Alrighty. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.